Muy buenos días a todos. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente día, una excelente mañana, mucho mejor que mi mujer que se tiene que despertar con estos gritos. Me llamo Alejandro Salmón y estamos aquí para el casino del tío Salo, pero antes queremos platicar de lo que está pasando en el mercado porque se me hace bastante interesante y yo creo que todos deberíamos estar un poco en la misma página acá, poder darnos un poco de contexto y entender qué es lo que está pasando. Antes que nada, quiero decir, Esuke, me da muchísimo gusto que te haya servido el curso de corazón. Lo hicimos para que todo el mundo supiera qué exactamente es lo que está, eh, qué exactamente estamos hablando todo el tiempo en estos en vivos, porque a mí me costaba mucho trabajo al principio y creo que por eso también cambió tanto el flow de lo que hicimos. Fue simplemente para poder enseñarle a la mayor cantidad de gente de qué estamos hablando y con eso puedes aprender absolutamente de quien sea. Y me da mucho gusto verlo en acción. Así que gracias por compartir esto con nosotros. Bueno, vamos a platicar rápido de lo que pasó en la bolsa, el mercado. Ayer cayó a gusto, pero rico, 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 que se me hizo bastante interesante y todo el mundo empezó a paniquear. Todo el mundo empezamos a ver un poco de pánico y lo vimos en mercados tradicionales. Voy a compartir esto con ustedes para que lo vean. Aquí tenemos al SP 500. En 5 días lo vamos a poner en semanal para que todo el mundo lo pueda ver con una referencia que usan. Y pueden ver esta mega vela bajista, ¿no? Esto es bastante potente si lo queremos ver. Y la gente se pregunta, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? ¿Por qué el mercado está cayendo? Recuerden que un movimiento de 2% en el SP 500 es enorme. Y también habíamos visto que el VIX estaba posicionando para poder empezar un movimiento a la alza. Se dio absolutamente todo. El dólar está consolidando en esta parte de aquí arriba. Pueden ver que está a punto de subir el 9 sobre el 21, etcétera, lo que nos diría que todo es bajista. Pero vean todo está en verde en este momento. Y cuando volteamos a ver Bitcoin también habíamos tenido unos días durísimos acá también en cripto, donde estábamos a punto de romper los altos históricos que son esta línea roja y básicamente un rechazo y nos venimos para acá. Pero todo esto lo estamos esperando. Todo esto lo estábamos esperando. El oro estaba imparable en los casi 2,800, se regresó un poco para atrás y es lo que hemos estado viendo en total. Estamos viendo un mercado confundido, pero el día de hoy estamos viendo todo verde. ¿Por qué todo es verde el día de hoy? La razón por la que cayó el mercado es imposible de explicarle a la gente porque no sabemos. Literalmente no pasó nada, nada. No hay nada que haya cambiado. No hubo datos interesantes que hayan cambiado, no hubo absolutamente nada que nos dijera que esto que hay algo diferente en el mercado. Y aquí es donde los quiero traer rapidísimo conmigo a Twitter, porque es una locura esto. Déjenme comparto esta tabla con ustedes. Van a imprimir más dinero. Estos datos salieron hoy y esto es a lo que nos referimos, porque nos han estado contando que la economía está de huevos, güey, está pegando y está más caliente que tu prima, ¿no? Es lo que nos dice, no, es que no para, el desempleo está muy abajo, etcétera. ¿Por qué digo que van a imprimir hasta que se acabe el mundo? Porque el cambio en las nóminas no agrícolas en Estados Unidos, eso quiere decir los salarios en octubre, reportaron 12,000 en vez de un estimado de 101,000 trabajos y el anterior fue de 254,000. Y este número no es negativo, para que sepan, este número no es negativo porque lo van a revisar el próximo mes. Este es el número bueno que te están dando hoy, maquillándolo con los mejores datos posibles. Y esto nos dice que obviamente la economía de Estados Unidos está acabada. ¿Y esto por qué es bueno? Porque nos indica que van a imprimir una cantidad absurda de dinero y nos pone justamente en lo que estamos diciendo cuando volteamos a ver al oro, cuando volteamos a ver al dólar, cuando volteamos a ver a los bonos, de que esto va a cambiar, va a tener que tener un momento donde nos introduzcan la realidad y eso probablemente cree un ajuste grande, pero a largo plazo, y recuerden, Bitcoin, cripto, los mercados más alcistas que hemos visto en el pasado ocurrieron el año después de las elecciones. En el 2016 no ocurrió. El tope de Bitcoin cuando llegó a esos $20,000 por primera vez o 19,000, no me acuerdo si tocó los 20 o no, fue en el 2017, un año después de las elecciones cuando eligieron a Trump. El año que tuvimos el bull run tan famoso con los NFTs y todo eso fue el 2021, un año después de la elección de Biden. Y esto nos pone justamente en esa tabla, donde estamos en el 2024 y para el próximo año deberíamos de ver el bull de todos los bull runs en la historia. eso se pondría caliente. Ahora, nos dicen que la tasa de desempleo está en 4.1% con todo y esto, impresionante. Nos vamos a la luna, absolutamente, y nos salieron a decir que fue por los huracanes y la huelga de Boeing que tuvimos malos datos. Y acá sí se preguntan, ok, ¿quién pasó esa propaganda? Mis amigos de CNN. The final jobs report before election day show a murky picture of the economy, con solo 12,000 trabajos agregados a y este mes por las tormentas y pues las huelgas. Las huelgas y las tormentas es lo que pasó, entonces por eso es un mal dato, no se preocupe, no hay nada que ver acá. Es completamente ridículo. Es absolutamente ridículo el que nos estén diciendo esto. Pero esto es muy bueno para nosotros, los que estamos esperando que hagan esto y los que estamos viendo lo que está pasando con el oro, lo que estamos viendo con la devaluación del dinero. Va a venir una devaluación mucho más grande. Y esto es por lo que les digo que es importante aprender a invertir a largo plazo. No estoy diciendo hacer trading ni nada. ¿Por qué? Porque nuestro dinero va a valer nada comparado con lo que van a valer las cosas. Porque nuestro dinero está siendo devaluado. No es que las cosas suban de precio. Y es por eso que se me hace importantísimo que todos ustedes que quieren salir adelante a futuro, la manera más sencilla que va a existir para hacerlo es invirtiendo. Porque aunque suene complejo, invertir en la bolsa, invertir en cripto, invertir en los mercados es una de las cosas más sencillas del mundo y es donde la gente hace dinero. Tenemos que cambiar esa idea de ahorrar a invertir, porque tus ahorros tienen que estar invertidos para no perder dinero en contra del robo que nos están cometiendo a través de la devaluación, a.k.a. inflación de nuestro dinero, y no queremos ver eso. Ahora, eso es la manera de empezar. Tengo aquí ya por fin a Alex y a Farhan para poder darle. Solamente quiero ver algo rapidísimo porque acabamos de hacer unos cambios en nuestro sitio Elite Trading Academy para que lo puedan ver mejor. A todos ustedes que ya son miembros que están por acá, hemos cambiado varias cosas y ya tenemos por fin también los envíos están más grandes. Recuerden, todos pónganlos en el chat qué exactamente quieren ver y voy a anunciar también, porque aquí andamos todos. Quiero anunciar a todos ustedes que están acá en las clases en vivo y que nos pregunten qué exactamente quieren ver. Muchísimas gracias por mandarlo. Vamos, además de los 3 en vivos que tenemos para todos ustedes que son miembros tienen un Elite Package o que están suscritos a las clases, vamos a tener un en vivo. Vamos a tener un en vivo cada 2 semanas, o sea, 2 en vivos al mes, donde solamente nos vamos a enfocar en ustedes con cualquier pregunta que tengan de trading. No tanto, acá lo vamos a hacer con los precios, vamos a analizar los precios, nos pueden preguntar también si tienen alguna duda, pero nos queremos enfocar dos veces al mes en todos los que están suscritos, que ya vieron el curso, que están aprendiendo con nosotros, para poder clarificar cualquier pregunta que tengan y que aprendan de verdad como se debe, no como su tío Salo, cara, que aprendan bien. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, voy a traer a Alex, voy a traer a Farhan, mínimo voy a traer a Farhan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good.
I think I caught you at the end of that one, by the way, which great rip, if I may add. Great rip. Hey, good morning this morning. With everything pumping back up after everything looked lost, it's looking pretty good. Especially, I love that bad news is good news because this was really bad news, right? Like the jobs report, and now it's getting people horny.
Maybe we can see a biblical rally like 2020 again, where bad news is good news.
Exactly. We are going to see it.
Down.
We are going to see it because they want to print as much. Don't
look at this little shit rat. Look at this little shit rat.
You know, Fibonacci is a boy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you guys know that for a fact because I thought my squirrel was a boy for 3 months, and then once she grew older, I was like, that's a vagina, not a dick and balls.
Pablo became Tata.
We took him to the vet. Yeah, he's a boy.
Okay, good. I'm glad. All righty, so let's get started. Let's get the party started, and we have a
week, though. Huge week. I mean, that was insane. The job numbers, like seriously, like that's pretty. Like I was pretty shocked to see that. It's basically the implication there is like, yeah, the Fed has to cut rates. I mean, especially like if they don't want like a full blown potential recession to happen with the unemployment just steadily going down. The miss was pretty substantial. I mean, At least just the way I'm seeing it, and clearly the markets are reacting to that, or at least front running it. So obviously forward thinking. Since the stream, actually, nice green dildo appeared on Bitcoin. So
yeah,
It's been so good.
the people in the community are very happy. They made money shorting the correction. Now they're long for the move back up.
So I think this is important for a lot of people to know. If you guys want to join us in our trading, in our daily trading, if you will, go on our Discord. The Discord's absolutely free, and we're sending short-term signals there. We have obviously the paid signals for everyone, but those not for everyone, for the people to pay, but those are going to be obviously longer term duration, and they have a chance of a way higher profit. The other ones are just like shorter moves. So if you guys are coming in and want to get those setups sent to you, they're on our fucking Discord and they're free. So go enjoy those. And yeah, it's looking pretty good. We also made some changes to the website. The live is bigger, it's starting to look good. Things are coming together. Already told people that we're going to be explaining to everyone that already signed to the live classes or got an elite package that we're going to be doing 2 lives a month to be able to clarify any questions if people have any. So it's starting to feel really good altogether. I think the community's printing like crazy, which makes me really happy to see. Everyone's happy. Everyone's just sharing their gains with us. So
these past 2 days, the tags have been crazy. Everybody's been tagging me in the setups.
Yeah. I mean, they've been really good, dude. Been really good. We at Elite, we're gonna have to change the name from Elite Trading Academy to Elite Printer Academy, because holy shit.
yeah, literally.
It's happening. All righty. I got a few requests, but we want to start with Bitcoin, the mother of all assets.
Perfect.
Let me bring up my Bitcoin chart.
Let me get the ticker for Bitcoin. I'm sure we have that one. If we don't, I will kick myself in the balls. Oh my God.
Yo, guys, what's the ticker for Bitcoin again?
What's
I forgot the number to 911. Can anyone let me know?
Did you see that Roku announced that they're not going to tell people how many devices they have out and whatnot?
Really?
Yeah, I'll get that in a bit. I'm actually going to just edit this one. And I'm saying because Roku is going to be the one that we're sacrificing for Bitcoin. All right, we got our ticker. Boom.
Oh, perfect.
And whenever you guys want to share screen. Your trading view scrapping on you?
No, it was. Now it's smooth. My whole thing was all glitchy.
Here. All righty. All you, sir, take the floor, please. I'm going to do some push-ups.
Nice.
In the shower?
No, Farhan, here. Right behind you.
Okay. So obviously, that was a pretty nice dump overall. I mean, usually when we're really bullish, especially with these back tests, they're usually short-lived, but they're often quite aggressive going down. So they can often be scary. If you follow crypto Twitter sentiment, they can be, everyone kind of got pretty bearish yesterday. But if you guys have been watching closely, this is pretty expected, especially at the level we basically reclaimed. That was a massive level going up and rejecting that 73,600. So no surprise, especially when we know that's the last all-time high essentially. So last barrier before we basically fly to 80K. It's not going to be easy, and oftentimes Bitcoin likes to form new ranges and simply backtest resistance into support, and that's what this is looking like currently. I'm liking overall how the 2-day still has that silver cross that we talked about a while ago. It feels like yesterday we essentially backtested that, and we retested it essentially just like here and here before we broke out. And it's really simple. You can see, Bitcoin is putting in these higher lows to higher highs, higher lows to potentially higher high. And it's really nice to see, and it kind of just plays into the strength of Bitcoin, and that's kind of what I see with it. It's very strong. While we were dumping, it was interesting to see, Bitcoin dominance still breaking out, and it continued to look extremely strong. It just plays into people are more interested in Bitcoin right now. This is a Bitcoin-driven rally. So essentially, we basically have backtested that daily 2-day EMA 9, which retested silver cross. Also on the daily, we see here it's now forming a nice, almost like this hammerhead candle with a very nice wick. The which essentially means buyers stepped in exactly where they needed to. So, in my scenario now, I'm still expecting a fast continuation up. I think that we can potentially see, yesterday's low sticking and holding, and we can kind of see a grind up from here. Obviously, things don't move in a straight line, so I would expect at least, potentially on the lower time frames, maybe come back down. Maybe we go up, test 73,600, and then come back down, maybe to like 72 before breaking out. But as it stands, especially with the 5-day still expanding, and what we know with that setup, we essentially want to see just continuation to all-time highs, and I am expecting that this month. It wouldn't surprise me to see a new all-time high on Bitcoin, and potentially actually getting that 80K target met. Especially when we threw the HBDR and we kind of see how it looks on the 5-day. It's lining up perfectly, that 50% with the most recent all-time high. Indicated by this green mean line. We basically opened the 5-day. Exactly what we talked about, where it opened up down, of course, but now we're using that 2021 cycle high as a spring. And keep in mind, there hasn't been many times we've closed above this cycle high, and it's extremely important to know. The 5-day here, once we break this 73,800, we basically have a nice move to 80K. This is 85,344, and that's kind of the area I'll be looking for Bitcoin to just keep moving up over time. Especially, not many people are looking at this, but if we look at this on the 2-month chart, this was a significant 2-month closing. This was the first time ever Bitcoin reclaimed that cycle high that it formed in 2021. And actually, we opened up, flipped into support. And this is kind of why I'm more in the camp that Bitcoin can really start moving up, especially after it breaks the all-time high. There's really nothing but air, and that's kind of where the HBDR again comes in handy, because you can see things before, they're even on the chart in like all-time high territories, making new highs essentially. So yeah, Bitcoin is looking really good. My bias is still up. We see here that the 2-week is still trekking up, and we know on it essentially now is at extremes. Obviously, this still has a long ways to go. It's only at 3.97%. But something to note here is the weekly is still firing off. And that's why, you really can't expect a very deep pullback. All eyes on the weekly close. We want to see if this can actually reclaim, 70,300 to 70K. If it can, then I do think we can see expansion into next week. One thing to note is, when we get big moves, it often, for some reason, has occurred on a weekend. So, if you're holding...
I feel like it does that so that it can fucking get as many people out as possible, because it went and got the same. It did the basically the cleaning of the liquidity. It went and grabbed liquidity at night for Solana, for example, last night when everybody was asleep, and if you didn't set up your stop loss, you probably got fucked. So it feels like it's always at weird times.
Exactly. And so that's why, again, it just plays into the reason on why I do think we should see yesterday's low hold, and I'm just expecting us to kind of move up from here, kind of do a Bitcoin move. If these setups are truly going to play out, we would expect expansion here very soon, especially with how just fresh that weekly is. This was at multiple sessions of zero volatility. Now freshly up, and Bitcoin is bullish, and we know it's bullish because it's freshly above the 9, and it's in this uptrend posturing now. So bulls have full control, and as we've just been waiting patiently on the academy, this back test played out perfectly. I know many people got long at 68,900, and that's why with trading it's not hard. It's just more a matter of having patience and understanding what to actually look for. Understanding that and having patience can really, have you print, like as shown here. So I'm expecting continuation. Bitcoin's looking amazing. This is just looking like an easy back test. The daily, if we go to the daily 9 here, we see it's still perfectly held. So even on this dump, you would have not been max bearish just simply on the fact that the daily 9 still held. And you would just be in higher low watch, which is still looking exactly what we got. So obviously the day is still young. we'll see, you know, kind of where it plays out. Tether dominance too is on the daily giving us that rejection scenario now. You know, if I move this here, we essentially wanted to see that SMA 200 not get reclaimed. This just plays into the nature of kind of why I like viewing Tether dominance on a 2-day, because if you know, just viewing the EMAs, this is very choppy. You know, some algos probably fired off here. People got maybe long, you know, or short on Bitcoin, long on Tether dominance. Now it's deviating, and this candle looks terrible after rejecting basically this meme range here, along with that EMA 21. So that is something to be mindful of. While, you know, we still have volatility expanding, and this would, you know, mean that bears are in full control on Tether dominance. But this is why I like viewing it more on a 2-day, because we see here we basically perfectly rejected that EMA 9 on the 2-day while putting in a silver cross on the 2-day on Tether dominance. So, you know, even on this pump, we still would have been cautious and been waiting for a closure, even with the daily reclaiming that SMA 200. And that's why I like with alts and things other than Bitcoin, I don't like viewing it solely on a daily, because when we start going in the higher time frames, you can just start seeing it more clearly. Yeah, you know, all this 3-day did was retest the 3-day 9, and then even the weekly. The weekly here is still looking terrible. This breakdown is still looking fresh to me, and again, volatility on the weekly is now moving up. So what we're seeing is, to me, again, just the beginnings of kind of a bigger move at play. Bitcoin dominant, I mean, Bitcoin CME, you know, the thing institutions like to trade, is still looking magnificent, and the weekly is closing today. I'm going to be very interested to kind of see where this EMA 9 moves up, essentially, because we would just expect the weekly to keep holding that for up only posturing, and we can even see volatility on Bitcoin CME. So we're having multiple volatility setups on Tether dominance, Bitcoin CME firing off. So it's not like we're waiting in this, you know, continuation chop zone of just nothing. We're actually getting these up only posturings in the market that are leading to follow through. So that's the nice part, because even on CME here, we see the weekly was very low volatility, the lowest in history. You know, and so when you're getting this low volatility for this long, you know, it's hard to even reference that Hamas setup that we got in October, because it's similar, but volatility wise, it's actually not similar. Because I do believe even on the 2-week here, if we go, we're now actually approaching potentially more lower volatility than even what we had in October, with the sessions being 4, 5. Here it's 3, 4, 5. So then the next closing, though, which is happening here in 2 days, will put technically this at lower volatility if it's still, you know, at 0. So that is something I'll be watching for, because again, it just plays into the thesis that this move could just be a lot bigger than what people are playing on. And when we even just throw the HBDR now and start looking at it at a higher time frame to kind of get a guide of, okay, well, we have these higher time frame setups, then where could we potentially be, you know, moving? And so while putting it here on spot first, you know, we see the 2 weeks pretty insane. And even just taking it to the median would put us at that 84,200 level, which I think is an interesting point, because again, we know that a lot of different points on HBDR is telling us that 80K should act as resistance, but then reclaiming this, and obviously these ranges will move down or move up potentially, you know, 125,000 at that 50%, which is pretty absurd. Even looking at on Bitcoin USDT, the 50% at 96,000, and we see here in 2 days we're potentially going to reclaim that 2-week median, which is going to be really nice. So again, we reclaimed it here, and then this again just looks like a throwback, and we can see, just looking at it, big moves like to happen once this gets reclaimed and once Bitcoin's above it. So it just plays into the, again, thesis that I do think we can actually see continuation into November. I want to actually kind of see where this monthly is closing in the next 30 days. Obviously, 73,000 is going to be pretty strong resistance, but you know, if Bitcoin starts moving up, there's no reason why we can't put in a green dildo before the next 30 days, get a nice closure, and then see where this 50% range, you know, actually moves. Because currently it's at $107,000, which is just insane to say. These huge numbers are crazy to even think about, because more and more while I'm looking at Bitcoin and just looking at everything else, it's really looking like, 100K really wouldn't be that far off, especially with what we know with that 5-day. The 5-day here basically firing off gives us 100% hit rate bias. On that, I do believe taking it, let's see on spot real quick, or was it on CME more fresh? I think that's more clean. Yeah, this is a lot more cleaner. Taking this with CME 5-day, because this is fresh, this 5-day setup has, basically 100% hit rate, giving us a measured move of 30 to 35%. It won't always be like this, but from that point now, we essentially 30 to 35%. 30% would give us basically to 90,500, 90,600, and then even 35 is 94,300. So that's kind of what the territory we're looking at. That's why on the Academy we really stressed that on this pullback, yes, it seemed aggressive and scary, but this just kind of gave us a massive opportunity. A scenario where people shorting into this are thinking they're getting a generational short. They're shorting the top, so they're going to scale in with size and kind of get degenerate because things obviously can't just go up only, of course, until Bitcoin does, and it starts putting in the Bitcoin move, just like what we saw here, where we get these pullbacks. They'd get deep. Obviously, this one was a lot deeper than the one we had recently, but even here we get a pullback, start coming down, maybe lose that daily 9, just for it to rip back up immediately. And I do think we're just in that territory where we're going to be very predatory to shorts. I did mention the risk of that. And even just using this as an example, we see, before we massively broke out, if we just view this candle here, this was a pretty bad 4-hour candle that was telling people, at least on crypto Twitter, I was saying, we probably could get an intermediate pullback, blah, blah, blah. To me, I wasn't convinced simply because we still were above the 4-hour 9, even with this shooting star in the 4-hour. And you can see here, people probably scaled into this short pretty hard, and this is what causes us to break out. So be really weary on that. Bitcoin's in a very predatory posturing with shorts, and it wants to nuke both sides, and that's kind of what we got here. Easy rejection, 1, 2, 3. Third candle's now green above healthily the EMA 9, now expanding. And nothing's telling me Bitcoin needs to stop. I do think all-time highs will be hit this month, and I'm excited to see that. So that's kind of all I see with Bitcoin. It just played out perfectly. This was a very easy back test. Bitcoin's really to the book too right now. It's really simple. It's just respecting the uptrend. So I'm interested to see what Farn has, but that's kind of all I see with Bitcoin, and I'm excited and happy to see we're finally getting expansion. And it did play out, because if it had deviated, which it could have done, that we probably would have gotten a deeper pullback then. But just like
I think
it's just keeping the higher low posturing. It's really evident on that.
It's the move that we've been looking for months.
Yes, there's also a big camp of people thinking that it's a big Bitcoin double top that are like you're saying, sizing up on their short, thinking this is going to be the one. I'm going to ride it all the way to 14,000, and that's it. I'll feed my family and then my grandchildren with it. So I wish those people good luck.
My response to them is 14,000. Why so bullish? There's a CME gap at $3,500.
By the way, that would be the nuke of all nukes if it literally, after it does like a new high, let's say that it goes to $100,000 and it really goes to $3,500, people would die. Michael Saylor would die, I think.
People asked him, like, back in the bear market of 2022, he was like, I got to comment on this. People think that I'm going to be liquidated if it goes down to $3,500. He was like, I would just put out more MicroStrategy equity and buy more Bitcoin.
Yeah, he's a fucking monster. He won't stop. You're not sharing your screen, just so you know, just in case.
Yeah.
I also think we're in the environment where we should be stingy with good entries on good trades. Minimize risk, of course, by like setting a break even, but we're kind of in that swing territory. So if you are positioned potentially, setting your risk to break even and kind of seeing the trade out. Because I'm also seeing many are scared to hold, and that's kind of what an aggressive range will do to people, is get them accustomed to obviously selling the highs and the lows and just range trading. But just things are looking like they're ready to bust on through to 80K. So Just throw
Bust a
that.
little nut.
A little busting action.
Big nut. Big nut.
Get it, sir.
All right, so on the weekly on CME, we're currently finding our local top right now at the 50% on the HPDR bands, and we're getting a little bit of a rejection. But the reason why I still see this as bullish is because we don't have any closures over this blue 38.2% yet. And this candle, our current weekly candle was a good amount over this blue 38.2%, and we're over this meme line as well. Currently, our close is going to be in just under 7 hours, about 6 hours and 56 minutes. If we do get a close over this 38.2%, well, momentum is within the bullish control zone and volatility is at the middle zone, we're likely going to get a volatility expansion from this point while momentum goes back into the bullish control zone, probably into the bullish critical zone. And then from there, we would have a target somewhere around the 61.8% to the 78.6%, which is about $79,000 until $87,500. But the reason why I don't think we're going to stop there is because this thing on whenever we find our tops likes to go to the 95% on the HPDR. So that gives us an idea where our next like local or macro top can be. And at 95% right now, the price is about $105,500. So that's very, very good, a good spot to find our next local or probably even cycle top. And if we go anywhere beyond 105, then the number is probably going to go somewhere into the high 120s to the low 130s, which I could definitely see as happening because that's only like basically less than 90% move from where we are now. Now, 100% would be like 140s. So like probably 80 to 90% from where we are now would take us to the 120s to 130s. Find our next micro top there because everybody's going to short into 100,000 thinking that that's going to be the top. And then we eat their shorts, go into the 120s, and then just mega nuke from there. Like if we were to go down our regular amount of about 70%, that is... interesting. Right down to this 200 SMA.
Wow.
That's $38,000 from 130. So imagine we go up to $130,000, and then our next bear market bottom is at $38,000.
That would be fucking amazing.
And then from there, we'd probably be targeting somewhere in the 200 to 300s. The monthly is still expanding on CME. We have yet to tap the median though. I think we should have. Price did go up to that point. I guess CME was closed during that time because our current CME high, it says it's 71,710, and the median is sitting at 72,837. While monthly HPDR momentum has fully reset and volatility has fully reset. Now from here, we should see where our which direction volatility is going to break. What gives us a bias towards it breaking to the upside is that if you remember from the last stream, the monthly pivot is $38,000. So as long as price is above $38,000, momentum is pointed towards the upside. So that makes it more likely that the HPDR momentum is also going to point to the upside when it breaks. And the jewel is now giving us a very nice signal where we're curving back around right at this pink fast moving average, and we're starting to get this white. So that means on the next monthly open, this is almost certainly going to flip to a light blue cyan buy, and it's going to enter us into the bullish critical zone where we rejected last time in April, around March and April, our current all-time highs. Whereas on spot, we're currently finishing up our rejection right now, right at this meme line right here. So what happened with what you can see this as is on our last monthly closure of October, we closed over the meme line. The meme line is the 2021 cycle highs, and now we're using that 2021 meme line cycle highs as instead of using it as resistance, we're now using it as support because we had it as a resistance for 1, 2, 3, 4 months. Now that we've closed over it, it's being a very strong support, and we're finding our not cycle bottom, but macro bottom or local bottom right at the meme line at the 2021 cycle high. As long as we keep holding this, our next statistical target is going to be the median. And right now, the median on the spot on index is sitting at $96,444. Anywhere over that, then I would take this number with a grain of salt. I feel like it's going to come down. I don't think it's going to go here this cycle, but right now this number is at 158,243.
Calm down.
I don't think it's going there. I'm sorry for being George. I'm sorry for being George. We're all George.
We're all George at the end of the day.
Same thing on spot with the jewel, where the oscillator is starting to flip back around right at the pink moving average, and now it's giving us this white. But on spot, we have more data so that we have the yellow and the pink. So the pink is above the yellow on spot. Let's check out Tether.
By the way, the entry to the long on Bitcoin for everyone. Incredible job, guys.
Bottom long and on
Yeah.
Sol almost.
And on Sol, we're going to get to Sol next, but right now on Bitcoin, that was fucking textbook beautiful.
Yeah.
The short was also basically the top as well.
Yeah.
So our people are shorting it from the top, closing it at the bottom, and flipping long.
Good for them. Good for
Nice.
them. And I know things are going great because no one's telling me that I owe them money. So good job.
Because the loudest people are when you fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
You can be solid for like 10 times out of
3 years.
9 times out of 10. You hear nothing. The second you fuck up,
that's it.
You're gonna hear it.
Yeah. Instantly.
So on the monthly on Tether dominance is the exact opposite as Bitcoin, where we're kind of getting a breakdown. We've lost this blue 38.2% zone. We've retested it, and now we're getting a rejection. As of this moment, the 5 EMA is our rejection point, right at the 50% on the HPDR bands, and we're getting momentum starting to flip to the downside, and we're about to enter the bearish control zone on momentum, while volatility is flipping up. And the quarterly as well is giving us kind of a breakdown where we got a move up, we got another lower high, we got a rejection of our 9 and 5 EMA, and now we're getting a rejection of the 9 and 5 again. As of this moment, we're sitting at extreme levels on the HPDR, so it's not very likely that we're going to continue and break this current low as of this moment. What's more likely is that we continue to consolidate around this point while the ranges step down, and then I would expect a follow through on this move to the downside. To confirm this as a local high, we need and the downtrend to be intact, we need a close below this open, which is currently 5% exactly. So as soon as we get a close below 5%, that's going to confirm this as our next local high in a series of local highs. This is going to be our first local high, second, and then third local high. And then from there, we can expect a rollover to break these lows here. The weekly is already getting a confirmed breakdown where we have several closures below our blue 38.2% zone, and we keep making lower lows. To get our next aggressive move to the downside, we'd have to close below this candle's open, which right now is 5.15%. That's exactly where we are right now. If we get that to happen, we're likely going to break these lows and come somewhere down to this 90% zone on the HPDR, possibly 95%, because that's where it went to last time. And that's sitting somewhere between 4.25% and 3.95% roughly, which would be a very significant move down on Tether dominance. That would probably coincide with Bitcoin getting a move to the high 80s, maybe low 90s. Well, at the same time, Bitcoin dominance is going through the roof and it's already broken through 60%. And right as of this moment, it looks like it's going towards 78.6, which is sitting at 62.61% on Bitcoin dominance. While the jewel is starting to flip back around healthily within the bullish control zone, and it's giving us this light blue cyan color. So that must mean altcoins look like shit.
Just Ethereum.
Sorry, George. What is it called? Really? Oh, not as bad as I thought. Total 3 is basically the whole cryptocurrency market cap, excluding Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stable coins. So it's only the shit coins.
The shit coins. The shit of the shit coins.
I guess they're not really doing that great either. They're just really going sideways.
It's just flat, yeah.
While Bitcoin dominance is going through the roof. This one's probably going up, because this one includes Bitcoin. Yeah, it's going up slightly.
What a pump today.
Yeah. On a spot on the weekly, we're getting a move towards this 38.2%. But what makes this likely that we're probably going to break that 38.2% is because volatility is starting to pick up while momentum is still pointed up. And the jewel right now is just crossing into the bullish control zone, and we're above the pink. So that makes me think we're probably going to break this 38.2%. We're probably going straight to the 50%, if not the 61.8. And that once again is right between $81,000 and $88,000. Right now on the 5-day, we're going to switch to our momentum chart in after we get done with the HBDR, but we're getting a 5-day setup on CME and spot, where you can see it more clearly on CME. We got a correction back down. We're holding our blue 38.2% zone as support, and as from there we would have a statistical target of hitting the 78.6, which right now is sitting at just a little high in the 80s, like right around $87,350. We should be getting the same setup on spot. Yeah, spot, we're getting a little bit of a different setup. It's basically the same thing. We're holding as support at this meme line in this 5 EMA, while momentum is pointed heavily up and volatility is supporting it. So that would give us that target of that 61.8 to 78.6. On spot, that's a little bit of a different range. It's sitting somewhere around $82,000 to somewhere around $96,000. Daily on spot shows us that we got a correction back down to the top of our blue 38.2% zone, and now we're holding that as and using it as a spring, and we're moving upwards. While momentum is pointed freshly towards the upside, about to enter the bullish control zone, and volatility is swooping up to support it. So that gives us a probability of hitting somewhere around the 78.6. I mean, that currently is sitting somewhere just under $80,000 at 77,300. And if we break above that, then that opens our target to the 80s, right at 82,000. See if CME looks the same. And CME is giving us the same thing, where we're bouncing off this top 38.2% zone, and we're getting expansion from there, while momentum and volatility are both pointed up. That gives us that same $76,000 number area. On spot, it's 77. CME is giving us 76. And the top of the end is somewhere around $80,000. Just do our momentum chart.
Fuck yeah, salamis are flying.
So as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, monthly momentum is going to be up as long as, oh no, that was quarterly, which was $36,000. Monthly momentum pivot is now, since we closed October, is now 65,675. And we also bounced at the edge of the bullish critical zone. So as long as price is above 65, let's say $65,700, momentum is very strongly towards the upside, and especially because we bounced at the edge of the bullish critical zone. And now volatility has reset into the extreme lows. It's dropped below 15%, and volatility is currently sitting at 12.71%. The last time we got volatility expansion from this area was October of 2023. We got our move from the mid-20s all the way to our current highs of $73,000. We're getting that exact same setup, and also we were flipping up within the bullish critical zone at that point as well. Same thing on CME, where we're about to enter extreme lows on volatility, and we're flipping up on our stochastic momentum at the edge of the bullish critical zone. And the pivot on CME is currently 64,650. As long as price is above that, the monthly momentum is pointed up. We should be getting a setup on the weekly. Yep, we are getting a weekly momentum versus stochastic. Volatility versus stochastic momentum setup. Volatility dropped below this meme line of 15%, and now we're getting an expansion, and we're getting a crossover this moving average. Volatility is now at 23.8%, which confirms volatility expansion. And momentum is pointed up as long as price is over 67,650. And we're entering the bullish critical zone, which tells us that we have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move from where volatility expanded. And it expanded right after this candle right here. So if we were to apply 30 to 35% from there, that takes us to about $84,000 to $87,000 on the average move, just below $90,000. And we could go a little bit higher because of the last time we expanded, we topped out at the meme line. So where can we get a real move? Right here? Yeah. And this is also comparable because we were in the bullish critical zone as well. That gave us, from the point of volatility expansion, about a 52% move to the upside. So if we were to enter the 90s, that would be an even less of a move that we did last time. If we do 50% like we did last time, that would take us probably over $100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think this move is going to be the one that takes us over 100,000. I feel like we have a correction in the low 80s to high 80s, maybe 90s. Get a move back down or retest current all-time highs, and then go to 100,000. That would be more of a Bitcoin-like move for me. Same thing on CME, where we got a move below 15% volatility. Now we're getting expansion above, and we're about to enter the bullish critical zone on the stochastic momentum. The pivot is 67,700. Let's say $67,800. As long as we're above that, we have a 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move up. And that gives us, let's see what it is on CME. Probably going to be a little bit higher. Yeah, about $90,000 until $93,000 on the average move. And I feel like Tether is going to be down on the opposite end. Where is it? Yep, Tether is going to be down as long as it's below 5.5%. And it's also about to lose this candle's open, which should theoretically give us a move down to this meme line at 4.49%. And we're about to get volatility expansion as well on the weekly, where we're at 13.1%. We're about to, on this next open, this is likely going to be over 15%. And we should get, like how Bitcoin has a statistical move to the upside with momentum up, this is going to have a move towards the downside with volatility expanding and momentum down. On the 5-day, we already got a confirmation where we got a move below 15%, and now we're getting an expansion of volatility. We're at 37.3%, and we're heavily down on momentum as long as it's below 5.46%. So that should be more than enough to get us to move down to this meme line of 4.9%. Also, we're getting a fresh silver cross to the downside where the 21 has crossed below the 55, and all of our moving averages were bunched up together whenever it happens. This is one of the more powerful versions of the silver cross. How much of a move down would that be from our silver cross? About 16%. That's not very unreasonable for a 5-day silver cross of this magnitude.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Period. 5-day, same setup, 85% of a 30 to 35% move to the upsides, as long as price is above 67,950. And our volatility is now at 49%, so it's healthily expanding. On CME, we're getting a fresh signal of expansion. Our volatility is at 21%. Pivot is 64,450. And we got expansion after this candle.
So if this is pre-fronting the weekly, that means that on the weekly the pivot point is coming down too, right? And that's good.
Yeah. So as of right now, CME's 5-day setup gives us somewhere between $95,000 and $98,000 on the average move, which is a little bit higher than the weekly setup. And so far, the CME, the weekly, and the 5-day have a 100% hit rate. On spot price action, it's an 80 to 85% hit rate. 2-day is gonna be down momentum as long as price is below 73,850, and we're about to test the edge of the bullish critical zone. So what's likely to happen is once we get down to the edge of the bullish critical zone, this number is going to go down significantly, and it's probably going to be below price. And it's going to be easier for bulls to flip it up at that point. Spot is going to flip up as long as price is above 71,400 and let's say $75, which is only like $100 away from price action right now, and we're very close to the edge of the bullish critical zone. So it should be pretty easy for bulls to flip up momentum on the 2-day for spot. And once the spot is flipped up, it should get a nice move up, which takes CME up, and that should allow CME to flip up as well. Especially since daily is going to be up as long as price is above $71,400 while we're getting volatility expansion. CME pivot is 72,900, about 72,900. So it's a little bit higher than spot, but we're getting a nice reaction off of this 9 EMA on the CME daily. And with spot flipping flipped up with volatility expansion as well, that makes it more likely that we're going to close the end of this day above the pivot for CME. Check this lower 4 hours, see how that's doing. 4 hour got an expansion on volatility on this little correction to the downside from somewhere around like 73.5 all the way to 69.4, 69.5, but now momentum is about to flip back up, and we're flipping up at the edge of the bearish control zone. So as of this moment, the pivot went down significantly, and momentum is going to be up as long as price is above $69,650, which is telling us that the very short-term timeframes are starting to flip back up, and that it's more likely that we have the local bottom in currently, which is going to bleed over into the middle-term timeframes like the daily and the 2-day, flip those up, and then the higher timeframes will eventually take over, like the weekly and the monthly, and take us to significantly new all-time highs with the 5-day and the weekly setup that we have on momentum and volatility.
The Hamas setup, baby.
Yes, sir. The Hamas setup.
And this one seems more explosive than the first one. This is like a Hollywood trailer for the Hamas setup right now. Alrighty. We got
I can say it's not racist if I say
yes, you can. Absolutely, you can. Us brown people can say whatever the fuck. There's no limit to our there's no limit to our mouth. All right, I'm going to do Bitcoin, and then we'll get into Coinbase, and afterwards we're going to do salamis, because salamis are blowing the fuck up, son. Same thing with Bitcoin, but it feels good.
We gave out some signals for salamis.
That's right. That's why I'm excited. Ok, estamos viendo Bitcoin, por cierto, toda la gente que estuvo aquí el miércoles, probablemente si son parte de nuestro Discord, también pudieron haber tenido la señal, donde dijimos que íbamos a tocar fondo por esta zona y rebotar a la alza. Es justamente lo que hizo el precio, así que felicidades a todos los que entraron en el trade. Vamos a analizar Bitcoin rápido, pero lo vamos a hacer. Yo creo que lo mejor que podemos hacer para hacerlo lo más sencillo posible es en el time frame semanal. Y antes de eso, quiero poner la volatilidad para todos ustedes, para que lo puedan ver. De cuando hemos visto esto, es el 5 días, perdón. Ahí está. El 5 días. Cuando tuvimos poca volatilidad fue justamente acá, y otra antes de la expansión de la volatilidad. La volatilidad está expandiendo arriba de 15% acá. Ok, este es el famoso setup de Hamas. El que nos llevó literal, bueno, más bien fue esto, donde rompes el 15% al alza, es acá. Voy a moverlo. Y acá, ¿qué es lo que estás viendo? Es periodo de nula volatilidad, nada de volatilidad, intento de expansión de la volatilidad, regresando al punto importante. El punto pivote son 15%, y una vez que tienes el breakout en el punto pivote, puedes ver cómo se extiende a la alza el movimiento. La última vez que tuvimos ese tipo de movimiento, podemos ver el precio estaba por ahí y nos dio un madrazo a la alza de 477%. Este fue un movimiento explosivo. Este fue en el 2020. Ahora estamos viendo algo bastante parecido. Lo que quiero enseñarles es el movimiento de Hamas, octubre del 2020, 2023, julio, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre. ¿Por qué no me está apareciendo acá? Un segundo. Tal vez sea en CME. Bueno, aquí lo tenemos una vez más. Tienes baja volatilidad con un movimiento de expansión en la volatilidad, pero antes de eso vamos a ver rápidamente. CME, recuerden, CME es futuros comparado con Bitcoin Spot. Aquí hay gente donde, voy a quitar rápidamente esto, nos están contando, hay bastante gente que está espantada porque este podría ser un doble techo. Y es válido el argumento, honestamente, no tienes por qué decir que no. Este es un techo, este es un techo. Obviamente el precio, porque normalmente cuando ves un doble techo, eso quiere decir reversión. Cuando esto tiene que ponerle los pelos de punta a mucha gente, porque se acuerdan instantáneamente de lo que pasó en el pasado, y probablemente esto los mandó para abajo. Pero por ahora yo creo que no hay nada que preocuparse, a menos de que rompamos puntos pivotes a la baja. En la semanal están casi donde está el promedio de la 9, que está en $65,000, por lo que no tenemos tanto de qué preocuparnos. Y de nuevo, esto sería simplemente, si llega a corregir agresivamente hasta ahí, sería acá y luego dar continuación al movimiento. Pero por ahora yo creo que la tabla que más nos está contando una historia es CME, que es Bitcoin CME ahorita mismo en semanal, y lo mismo lo está haciendo en la diaria. Y del otro lado ahorita vamos a ver USDT, que es la contraria. Ya saben, si USDT va para abajo, Bitcoin va para arriba y al revés. Acá tenemos este periodo de no volatilidad y justamente tienes el cruce sobre el 15%. Esta expansión de volatilidad, el último setup que nos dio esto fue el de octubre. Lo pueden ver acá, octubre del 2023, cuando cruzamos por arriba de lo siento, ¿cómo se llama? Excelente. Cuando cruzamos de esta madre que está aquí, básicamente tuvimos este movimiento al alza. Perdón, es viernes, ya me quiero ir a tomar mezcal alerón. Tuvimos un movimiento de 119% a la alza la última vez que tuvimos este setup. Este setup es mucho más poderoso, el nuevo setup de jamás. Y esto literalmente empieza la fiesta. ¡Ah, cabrón! Acá. ¡Oh! Espérenme, por favor. Empieza la fiesta por acá. Entonces, la última vez que tuvimos el setup de jamás no había tanta nula volatilidad como la hay ahora. Venimos de más nula volatilidad comparada con el pasado, aunque esta fue una encima de la otra. Pero lo importante es la expansión de la volatilidad y el momentum hacia arriba. Y es lo que justamente se está dando y nos está llevando a este precio 71,975. Esta volatilidad la seguimos, como sigue expandiéndose y sigue dando momentum a la alza, nos dice que esta va a ser una continuación. Lo que probablemente veamos serían correcciones y correcciones por ahí de los $69,000. Si es que llegamos a ver algo. Por ahora, por los indicadores de Farhan de momentum y de volatilidad, viendo cómo estamos retesteando en el HPDR, la zona del 38.5% yendo para arriba, nos dice que tenemos un movimiento mínimo a los 75,000, 74,000 a 78,000, con posibilidades de hasta los 90,000 por ahora, antes de tener una pausa en esta continuación de movimiento. Vamos a ver Bitcoin ¿cómo se llama? En spot y Bitcoin en spot. Lo pueden ver. Yo creo que Bitcoin en spot es el más fácil de poder entender. Vean esto. Este grafiquito. Pueden ver. Y análisis técnico, de nuevo. Todas las líneas memes son líneas memes y a veces son válidas, a veces no. A mí me gusta ponerlas porque se me hace... personalmente las uso como parte de mi estrategia también. No solamente pongo mis horizontales, también uso uso diagonales. Y la razón por qué es porque pueden ver acá justamente en esta gráfica de 5 días cómo esta era resistencia. Fue resistencia, fue resistencia y fue la resistencia original. Y esta es la primera vez que la estamos rompiendo. No solamente la rompimos, fuimos hasta arriba y volvimos a caer e hicimos un retesteo, un front run del retesteo y muy probablemente nos indique que va a continuar el movimiento para arriba. ¿Dónde te preocupas si rompes esto a la baja? Y de nuevo, el punto pivote está justamente alrededor de los 65,500 que está subiendo con el promedio de las 9 y eso nos dice que muy probablemente, y va a continuar subiendo con este cierre, esto va a cerrar en 4 días, 10 horas, así que todavía le queda. Y esta parte me parece que es el cierre más alto que habíamos tenido hasta ahora, efectivamente en 70,260. Los quiero llevar rápidamente a la mensual para que vean justamente dónde estamos, intentando romper esto en los 71,246. Esto se está viendo bastante bien, honestamente, y pueden ver dónde están todos los puntos pivotes. Vamos rapidísimo a USDT, lo voy a poner en la semanal. En la semanal USDT, ¿qué está haciendo? Estamos cayendo de esta línea diagonal que tenemos y frescamente está a punto de ocurrir, un segundo, y frescamente está a punto de ocurrir esto. ¿Lo pueden ver? Lo que pasó acá nos dio una tomada de liquidez a la baja, pensando que ya nos íbamos al cielo. Esto fue cuando Bitcoin hizo máximos ahorita, una vez más, y se dio la vuelta, se fue para arriba y volvió a regresar acá abajo. Ahora, a esta vela le quedan 2 días para cerrar y 10 horas, así que le falta bastante, pero puedes ver cómo se cayó de la tendencia por acá. Otra cosa importante que ver es el 9 y el 21 están a punto de cruzar, lo que nos señalaría debilidad aún más extrema. Y cuando lo ponemos en el de 5 días, esto fue lo que me gustó. En el de 5 días ya tienes un cruce plateado a la baja en lo que es USDT. Y ese cruce plateado a la baja, puedes verlo por acá. Y aparte, cómo está puesto, es uno de los cruces plateados más fuertes que hay. Acá tienes esto que antes era soporte se volvió resistencia, el precio intentó romper, fue rechazado de ambas, de la diagonal que va para arriba y también de esta que viene para abajo, fue rechazado de ambos y ahora se dirige a esta zona del 5.11%. Nuestra zona pivote, nuestra zona importante a checar en USDT, en la dominancia de USDT, es el 5.15%. Si tenemos un cierre abajo de esto, la semanal o también en la diaria, eso pintaría bastante mal para esto, que sería bastante bueno para cripto y todo lo que es riesgo. Por ahora, ¿qué son los niveles? A ver, en Bitcoin, en spot, no quieres bajar de los $69,000. En CME, un poco más arriba, 69,500. En USDT queremos perder, si somos alcistas, el 5.15% y con eso podremos decir que la fiesta va a continuar. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a continuar con Coinbase, lo que están preguntando por acá a la gente, como de que no, vamos a darles el análisis de Coinbase. Un segundo, solamente quiero ver si tengo esto de Coinbase puesto. No lo tengo, pero ahí vamos a ponerlo de una vez. Coin. Y de nuevo, si se perdieron las señales de antes, en Elite Trading Academy, que también mandamos señales de Coinbase, de PayPal y de otras acciones, lo tienen en el Premium y también lo tienen gratis en el Discord para que puedan escoger qué es lo que están buscando y expander sus conocimientos. Alex, we're ready for you, sir.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Sol BTC, the 5-day close yesterday.
It's Salamis. I'm sorry. I thought it was Coinbase. My bad.
No, you're good.
Okay, all done. Get it.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so the 5-day, something to note here is the 5-day median actually held on that dump. We also held the 21. And the 9 slightly got lost here, but holding the 21 still, it didn't concern me too much, especially above the median. Sol BTC is looking good. We're still in this range. We know we rejected that 0.25, that 0.26 essentially level, which is a massive one for Solana. Something to note though is, it is welcoming to be above the 5-day median. We know big moves happen once we are above that. And so that is like the first tick on what bulls need to do in order to get a big expansion. We also know on Sol BTC, the 5-day volatility is at basically 0. So we should expect theoretically a big move up or down. And as it stands, it's going to be up just on the posturing of price action trend and the fact that we are above that median. So that is something to note and actually be excited about if you're in Sol, because we haven't had this volatility set up very much like Bitcoin on Solana ever in the history of Solana. Like we pointed out, the lowest we've ever had was February of 2024. We essentially we basically were, it was right when Solana BTC moved from this point 53%. So you can only imagine what that did for price action. And so that is something that I'm watching for potentially is a move back up to this 0.00304. Which from here would be a pretty sizable move, 26%. So that is kind of what I'm watching, is assuming we can actually break and reclaim that point. Yeah, let's call it 0.26. I hate reading the BTC numbers. 0.26, that's pretty, it's going to be important. We actually want to reclaim that, ideally on a weekly close. If we go to the weekly here, we actually want to reclaim this on a weekly. We see, we didn't technically close above, so we opened up, we retested that Sol BTC weekly EMA 9. This is a perfect spot for Sol BTC to actually start moving up. This weekly's closing in 2 days, so we'll see where this candle develops. I want to get at least 2 weekly closures back above this 0.26. Then I'll think bulls are in full control here. A 25% move on Sol BTC is brewing. And trend on the weekly will be fully flipped. Breaking this high here will, in my book, flip the trend. And so if we look at Sol USDT, we see here it's looking quite nice. Going back to that 5-day setup, we do see it is firing off on Tether. So what we have here is volatility expansion after lows. This 5-day has never fired off, so this is very fresh and new. And as long as it's above 15%, this does have a more likelihood chance of breaking up. And that's why I'm watching personally that $220 to $210 zone. I think it becomes clear when we throw the 5-day on, and we basically are in the middle here. But we are above that 5-day median with volatility expanding. And then we see here, once we break that like 200, I have $216 zone. The nice part is we basically get a nice move up to $80, that 80%, which will be around $300, which from this point would be pretty massive for Solana. That's why for this long, I'm personally just watching, move back to 210, 215 would make a lot of sense to me. We're basically making a new high in this range. We're testing the liquidity at 210 here from that wick high rejection, and it still would give us a nice 26% move. And so that's kind of what I'm watching for on Solana currently with that 5-day setup that we've been following for a very long time now, it feels like. But it's nice and welcoming that we're finally getting expansion on it. And so, ideally today on the daily, we reclaim 170. I want us to get back above that daily 9 and reclaim 170 and hold it. Reclaiming 170 can actually give us another long trigger. This red line is representing our long entry we took on the Academy. We can basically see we bottomed right at 165. So assuming we want basically yesterday's low to hold, if we end up reclaiming 170 while holding the 9 on the daily, ideally I would look for maybe an open to back testing it to maybe consolidation, holding the 9 for maybe expansion up, actually giving us potentially more volatility at 0%, going to extreme lows, and then we know that the daily, once this fires off, and it should theoretically fire to the upside because the 5 days pointed up. I do think then we'll very quickly go to the $210 level. So Sol's in a very precarious spot. I'm watching that close. I like it above 170. Solana likes to be back above 170. Like I mentioned before, shorts often get complacent in a range and people get used to the same price action. So we pump up, we fail to reclaim or hold that 170 and we deviate. Same here and even here. So, what do you think shorts are thinking in this zone after putting in this massive 5-day shooting star? Probably thinking we're going to get an easy short back down to that 140, if not all the way back to 148. How funny would it be if this just ends up being a bear trap and Solana ends up reclaiming 170 and then this wick that people probably shorted heavily into gives us the liquidity to actually get a sustained rally up. That's why I wasn't too concerned on this 5-day. The 5 days are very far from the 9. So even with this wick, it doesn't necessarily mean we're 100% going to break down. With these wicks, I'm always mentally, noting okay, well, 5-day did put in a shooting star, so I'm cautious about that. This will basically invalidate a lot of shorts once we break that 183.25 again. And then once we break that wick high, we're probably going to squeeze up to 200 very fast. But also on the 5-day on Solana, something that didn't make me too bearish on this shooting star on the 5-day was the fact that Sol BTC, and like I mentioned on the 5-day median, I was waiting to see if it was going to hold. It's not like Sol BTC broke down heavily and we're about to go all the way back to that 5-day EMA 100. Basically looked like a simple 5-day median retest. And so that's why I was more cautious of the fact that, I don't think this is a short opportunity. I think this could be a long opportunity and people are going to get smoked. And that's kind of what we're seeing now. All eyes on that daily reclaiming 170. 5 days still expanding, so the move's still valid. It's perfectly okay to get pullbacks. You can't always expect up only, and that is something we did talk about on the Discord when we were at 180s. I said it really wouldn't surprise me to test 170 again. I think I even tweeted this, and then once we retest 170, we can go and get that breakout. So I do think we have the jet fuel now to go up. Now going to a lower time frame, this 4 hours is going to be important on Sol. We can start reclaiming that EMA 34. I do think that then could actually spark a move up soon, and that can be kind of a good, at least it can make us more confident at least on our longs. We see when we start getting back above all the major moving averages, we do like to just start trending up and going up. So that would be nice to start seeing. I'm watching on the 4 hour and then going to the 12 hour here. Again, just ties into, we want that daily to reclaim to EMA 9. We basically have been on the 12 hour holding that 34. You know, and I think that might be actually on the 21. Yeah, that is something we mentioned too. You know, that daily 21, I, again, was pretty confident, even though we were rejecting hard, has been a pretty big bounce zone on Sol so far. And again, it just seems like it held perfectly. So that kind of helped me short and scale in from like 170s all the way down to that 66. And it made a lot of sense to have the stop here. You know, as long as Sol doesn't break this last higher low, because how I'm looking at it is, you know, it's a higher high, higher low, higher high. Is this going to be a higher low to a higher high? You know, and as long as we don't break that kind of uptrend posturing, then, you know, this just seemed like a massive opportunity for Sol. And I'm glad the Academy got long. We'll have to see how this closes because we are at resistance now. So that is something to take note that, you know, we really want this daily to reclaim 170 and get back above the 9. You know, if it holds 170, but maybe closes below the 9, you know, I'll be slightly cautious of that, but I'll be happy 170 holds would be more 50-50. And then at that point, you know, we could just be in a really tight range of like 171, almost 172, all the way back down to like 170 until we either break down or reclaim that 9. So yeah, that's kind of it. That's all I see with Sol. It's looking amazing. I'm still max bullish on Solana. I think that, you know, the people are talking about Sol, but not on the magnitude that really what we're seeing on the charts. I do think that once we really start moving here, and I'm curious actually to see how the 2-month goes. You know, we can just see this 2-month looks insane. And flipping the HBDR, you know, we're basically cleanly above that 2-month median. You know, and we set 50% at 270. So, you know, it just ties into, yeah, Sol can definitely go back to $200. I won't get too greedy on this long, but I do think that if we do start getting expansion and we start trekking back up, all eyes on that 210. It'll be easy for me to kind of cut trades here because what we could easily do is maybe hit this and then start coming down and then actually using basically this this wick high as like support would make sense. Maybe forming another higher low, and then I could just re-long it. Or right, we actually start Solana is extremely bullish and no pullbacks, and we're just going to start doing this. And in that case, I can take a low leverage long and target like 280 to 300. But until then, 210 seems like a easy target. Longs are printing. You know, we basically caught the bottom. It won't always be like that, but you know, that's just good TA for you, and it's very to the book, and it makes sense. And now even we have an easy stop loss. So if we start reclaiming that 9 and 170, you can easily take either the yesterday's low as your stop, or you know, use this last major higher low confirmed as your stop. Because we end up going back down to 160, we're probably going to end up dumping back to like 140s to 150s, and then at that point, you know, you can just long lower. There's no point to hold the trade. So, you know, we're at a very precarious spot. Bitcoin, you know, Sol BTC is not looking the worst. It's not looking the best. It's just more in that we just wanted to hold the zone. And, you know, we want this 5 to start actually expanding up. But just like Sol, you know, it's still forming. If we put the trend wave on, you know, structure is still trying to be formed here. Ideally, this low, right, holds. We don't break this low. And then we can trek on to break these highs here and then to actually flip the trend, which, you know, will be more evident on like the 2-week. You know, if we can break this high, I do think, you know, we can start putting in higher lows to the higher high, which is potentially loading. So, you know, the 2 weeks healthily still nicely holding the 9, closing very soon. So just another tick for bulls. Yeah, and I'm all eyes on Sol. I think Sol, even when ETH starts to perform, you know, I think Sol will still keep performing just based on the Sol ETH chart. This tells me Sol's significantly stronger than ETH. And since I looked at an alt, you know, I think it correlates with ETH BTC. I like looking at it on a 5-day. I'm just curious to see, you know, so the 5-day is not looking too good. So it's just playing into, it's gonna. Sol and these alts can have these setups. That's why I'm not getting like uber bullish on Solana like I am on Bitcoin. I think Sol can easily go back to 210, maybe test that wick high. But that's it. You know, like when Sol BTC is looking this bearish, this is telling me
that's ETH BTC.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, when ETH BTC is looking this bearish, it's telling me the parties in Bitcoin, the alts aren't going to do that good. There's going to be outperformers like Sol, but we can't be expecting those 50 to 80% degen gains When ETH BTC is looking like this, extremely bearish and now breaking down 5 days, just closed under that major level, and we basically now have to look at that 0.036 as potentially a resistance. We were right at that level, the 5 day to 3 day, where if we end up losing the blue zone, this can really start breaking down hard. We see the daily median is rejecting along with that 9 mixed in with the meme line. So why am I showing this? Because it's just, plays into that. Sol can move. I don't think it's going to go up 50%, but I'm happy with a 20% move. And if ETH BTC starts breaking down, probably just plays into what we see with, Bitcoin dominance, leaving the blue zone, going into this zone, 80% at 6124. I think personally 6258 is loading, which just plays into basically what we see with Bitcoin, just parabolically going up. So if you caught the long on Sol, amazing. If you didn't and you are looking for a long, watch the daily, because the daily could easily give another long trigger as long as we hold 170. So that's kind of all I have with Sol. It's very clean, awesome. It's nice to see that it did hold, and it helped support it, bounce where it needed to. It's still very bullish.
Thank you, sir. Alphabet for you.
Okay.
And
Thank
Coinbase
you.
for me, right?
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Ok, estamos viendo Solamis, damas y caballeros, los Solamis tan famosos como de que no. Lo primero que queremos ver es Solana contra Bitcoin, y Solana contra Bitcoin está en una posición bastante interesante. Tengo el gráfico de 5 días. Podemos ver cómo, para toda la gente que está empezando a hacer trading, cuando buscas una tendencia alcista, puedes verlo acá cuando los mínimos están yéndose más arriba, son más altos, ¿no? Por si alguien acaba de entrar por primera vez, se pregunta qué está viendo. Tienes este mínimo, tienes este mínimo, tienes este mínimo y tienes este mínimo, que son más altos, y lo explica la misma línea en la que están recargándose, ¿no? Es una línea de tendencia bastante entendible. La cosa es, y aquí es cuando te pone todo en qué está pasando, porque habías creado este alto, este alto, este alto, este alto, y acá empiezas a bajar. Mientras sí, este alto creó este alto, este es un alto más bajo que este. Entonces estás como en medio, preguntándote exactamente a dónde va el precio. ¿Dónde nos recargamos además de esto para poder ver cómo nos comparamos con lo que está pasando? Sencillo. Puedes poner tu promedio del 9 y el 21. Puedes darte cuenta que el 9, estando encima del 21, nos señala fuerza. Podemos ver cómo el precio vino a recargarse justamente en estos puntos. Yo creo que este es un punto bastante importante, el de los puntos 002388 para Solamis, porque pueden ver acá ha habido demasiado intercambio de precio justamente en esta región. Donde puse la línea roja, lo pueden ver acá, como perfectamente toma liquidez de un lado y del otro, y estando por encima de esa línea, esto se ve bastante bien. Continuamos pensando, siendo un poco neutrales en esto, con un poco más de preferencia a la alza. Le estamos dando más probabilidad a la alza, sencillamente porque tiene bastantes características que nos hacen pensar que la probabilidad más alta es que continúe a la alza en este movimiento en esta tabla de 5 días. Y también otra cosa que nos dice eso es la poca volatilidad que estamos viendo en esta tabla. Yo creo que nunca la habíamos visto antes en Solamis, y podemos ver cómo también la volatilidad ha estado reseteándose. Estamos en niveles súper bajos, los más bajos probablemente de toda la historia de Solamis en la de 5 días, efectivamente, y del Solamis contra Bitcoin. Y empieza a tener movimiento de expansión de la volatilidad. ¿Dónde está tu validación? Tu validación está justamente por este punto. Voy a poner esta línea para que lo puedas ver. Una vez que que la línea azul de volatilidad cruce esta zona, Solamis va a tener un movimiento explosivo a la alza, si es que el movimiento se está dando con continuación a la alza. Si no, a la baja también sería explosivo a la baja. Pero esto tiene preferencia de que va a dar continuación un movimiento a la alza. Vamos a ver a Solana en el precio, tal cual. Vamos a ver, no sé por qué apareció eso. Solamis también en la de 5 días tienes este periodo de nada de volatilidad, y nunca antes habías tenido un periodo así. Al mismo tiempo, lo que nos gusta de este setup es que la volatilidad está empezando a subir junto con momentum, y puedes darte cuenta que el 15% está justamente acá. y estamos a punto de recargarnos en él y dar continuación a este movimiento o simplemente continuar a la alza. Esto es bastante alcista, pero, discúlpenme, sigo pintando como niño chiquito. Pero cuando nos acercamos al gráfico, acá quiero enseñarles un poco de teoría de vela. Esta vela de 5 días, porque es de 5 días, bastante importante. Podemos darnos cuenta que Solamis ha estado entre subiendo y bajando un poco de lo mismo que vimos con la dominancia, pero últimamente está formando más y más estructura alcista. Lo que nos está intentando vender en este momento la tabla de Solamis es que este fue un alto y este va a ser un alto más bajo y probablemente con esta vela topera nos mande al piso, ¿no? Eso es lo que nos está vendiendo un gráfico si lo estamos viendo simplemente así. En el momento en que ponemos nuestros indicadores, nuestros promedios, puedes ver que el 9 está muy por encima del 21, muy por encima del 55, muy por encima del 100 y muy por encima del 200 en perfecta armonía, lo que nos dice, ok, esto lleva fuerza, continuación hacia donde está, junto con la volatilidad que nos enseñó, una vez más, que esto básicamente está entrando en la zona chusca de expansión, ¿no? Esa palabra absolutamente inventada por mí en todo lo que se refiere a tablas. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo? Muy bien, sencillo. En nuestra línea roja, esta fue nuestra entrada para toda la academia en Solamis, en este long. Por ahorita no sé si haya liquidado gente todavía su long o no, que también lo hayan cachado, pero estamos bastante en positivo. Esta línea se nos hace bastante importantes, pero no descartaríamos que pudiera haber una bajada, una vez más, un retroceso del precio acá a darse una vuelta por acá y dar continuación. No lo vamos a descartar. Pero, ¿dónde ponemos nuestra línea en la arena? En este wick. Si rompemos este wick a la baja del 165, soltamos este trade y esperamos, porque entonces eso quiere decir que tal vez vaya a haber una oportunidad en la zona de los 160. Pero lo más probable es que esto tenga continuación. Y también una cosa que quiero enseñarles es esto. Para que esta vela de tope, que de nuevo, ¿qué señala una vela de tope? Cuando el total de una vela tienes un 25% de cuerpo, ¿no? En tamaño relativo a toda la vela, un 25%, y está cerrando en la parte baja de la vela, del 25% en la vela, es una vela topera. Ahora, esta vela topera te da confirmación de que el precio va a caer cuando tienes dos cierres abajo de esta línea, que es donde justamente fue el wick bajo, 167.53. Si tienes una vela que cierre acá y luego otra que cierre acá, esto probablemente nos diría que vamos para abajo y nos daría más como, nos daría más probabilidad de que vaya a haber ese tipo de movimiento. Ahora, si tenemos un cierre arriba en los 183, que es el tope de esta vela, tenemos dos cierres ahí arriba, esto cancela esta vela. Entonces, quieres tener cierres completamente o abajo o arriba de toda la vela para dar o validez o invalidez a esta vela. Por ahora, estando acá, simplemente nos dice que vamos de lado y vamos a tener que esperar a la expansión de la volatilidad. En la diaria podemos ver que estamos por abajo del promedio de las 9, pero hace 10 segundos estábamos por encima de. Ahorita volvemos a darnos una vuelta en los 170. Nada mal, muy probablemente oportunidades para agregar a varias personas. Ya veremos zonas interesantes donde hacerlo, pero lo que no queremos es básicamente perder esto, que es justamente lo que habíamos hablado, el promedio de las 21. Si lo pierdes, tu invalidación completa está en los 162 porque estarías formando nuevos bajos. No te quieres esperar al 159 definitivamente para deshacerte de tu posición. Por ahora, Solamis se ve bastante bien. Tuvimos este movimiento con la continuación y ahora la volatilidad está reseteando para volver a subir y darle expansión al movimiento. Así que por ahora los Solamis se ven bien. Lo que nosotros vamos a esperar con este trade es probablemente esta zona para venderlo de los 210, 214 dólares. Lo vamos a holdear con cojones, a menos de que tengamos invalidaciones como la que les dijimos de tener cierres por acá abajo en los 165. Eso cambiaría nuestra forma de verlo, pero por ahora se ve bastante bien los Solamis. All righty, we got the Coinbase.
The base of all coins.
The base of all coins. Everybody knows that that's exactly what it is, sir.
Yeah, and just remember the one critical rule. Brian is bald.
It's the only thing that matters on the chart.
Bold.
You see? Bald. All right, so as of this moment on Coinbase at the monthly, we are holding the bottom 38.2%. We ended up making a doji candle right at the bottom 38.2, and now we're getting expansion. For now, the 5 EMA is acting as resistance at $189.55, but it's not acting as very strong resistance considering we're barely pulling back and we're still basically brushing up against it. As of so right now, the probabilities are, because we held the bottom 38.2%, of going towards this top 38.2%. And what coincides with this is that the HPDR momentum is starting to flip back up, and it's rejecting getting into the bearish control zone while volatility is flipped down. So that setup gives you the median, and then once it taps the median with momentum going into this positive area, that gives us probabilities of the 38.2%. And since volatility is so low, once volatility expands, we're probably going to go higher than that, probably going into 61.8. But as of right now, the first target on the volatility expansion is $277.58 for the 38.2. And then from there, the 61.8 sits at about $365.39. And that's basically coming up to current all-time highs. Current all-time highs are about $430. So we would need to go to the 78.6% to break current all-time highs. But those are so much higher than current all-time highs that it's insane. The 78.6% sits at well over $500. Let's just draw one of these and see if it lines up. Now this one takes us even higher. It takes us to 100%. That's crazy. Coinbase at $674. Where does the Bitcoin have to be for that to happen? All right, this one's a lot more reasonable. This one is just slightly, basically at current all-time highs at $424.94. And the confirmation for that would be closing over the 78.6, which is currently at basically at $250. That's still quite the gain if you were to calculate that from here, from the 278.6. That's a gain of like almost 70%. Yep, 70%. The monthly is getting a little bit of a correction. I'm sorry?
No, I was going to say, I think Coinbase is such a big opportunity in stocks.
Yeah. The logical target is right around current all-time highs right now, which is $430, 70% up from where we are right now. We're getting a little bit of correction on the weekly, where HPDR momentum is flipping down. It's getting out of the bullish control zone, but that is just currently just a reset of momentum because volatility is also going down. So that's just telling you that whatever move we're getting right now is just a correction before trend continues. And the jewel is currently exiting the bearish control zone as well, and it's crossing over the pink. So the last time, I'll mark off with the vertical line every time we've exited, we flipped white and exited the bearish control zone. Here. So this one's sort of, but not going to be as strong. We just tapped it. Let's put it right there. All right. Here's the current one. Last time we had this much of a move after we flipped around in the bearish control zone. About 283%.
So that's every time it leaves the blue zone?
This is when the jewel flips around within the bearish control zone. And then
Got it.
That is 225%, very similar to the other one. $152%. That's the last one. So at the minimum, we've had 152%. At the max, we've had like a 280% move. So if we were to
God damn.
take it from this candle here, 150% brings us to basically current all-time highs. Isn't that funny?
That is
And,
crazy.
and based off our statistical target from the fibs, that puts us at the same thing at the current all-time highs. So that Joule setup gives us the same number as the fib target gives us. And whenever you see the same target coming from two completely different methods, it usually means that's a pretty significant number.
Mm-hmm.
Daily is currently getting a bounce. HBDR momentum is flipping up while volatility is flipped down. So that's telling us, giving us a statistical target of the median, which the median is currently above the 21 EMA as of this point. It's right at the 5 EMA. It's at $198.04. That would be reclaiming this blue 38.2% zone, and then volatility would start flipping up, and that would allow us to go up towards the 61.8%, which is a retest of this current local top right now. That is at $222.34. Weekly is about to confirm some bearish divergence, though. We have 4 hours and 55 minutes. As long as weekly closes below, what number is this? $194.60. It's going to confirm the bearish divergence, but we have already basically hit the easy target because we've touched tapped the bearish control zone, and we've hit the 55 EMA. So if we continue down from here, and as of this moment, the bearish divergence gives us a inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. But if we lose on a weekly close $174.53, that would give us a target of the bearish critical zone, which right now it's so low that it doesn't tell you what that number is. But currently we are still, if we were to bottom here, it would fit the bearish divergence because the target has been hit of the 55 EMA and the bearish control zone. And if we were to draw out like a measured move from this inverse head and shoulders, where would that take us? Well into the bullish control zone. So that number to enter the bullish control zone as of this moment is $335. And this is going a little bit higher than the bullish control zone. Let's take it to 68. Let's change the bullish control zone to 68 and see what number that would be.
Yeah, I was going to ask you why you were adding the 5.
Yeah, I guess I can't do dots. So then I'll just do the better number of 69.
Nice.
Nice, very nice. So that number is currently giving us basically right at current all-time highs. Isn't that interesting? $422.
Fucking nuts.
Looks like we're going back to current all-time highs.
Yeah, I think Coinbase is undervalued as fuck. Like the easiest play for me, if I were going to put all my money into something today, would be that.
Yeah.
And what I really love to see is whenever a bearish divergence plays out and it enacts an even more bullish setup. Because that bearish divergence allows us to have this inverse head and shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Daily already has confirmed that bearish divergence, but like on the weekly, we have already hit the easy targets. We've hit 2 of them. We've hit the edge of the bullish control zone and the middle zone. As of this moment, if we make a close, or to make confirm this as a local bottom, though, we need to close over this open, which is $203.73. So we have not made a local bottom until we close over this area. So there is still, and we've made a lower low because this was our previous higher low, and now we've broken that. So until we've closed over $203.73, pressure is to the downside.
But as long as you don't close under 174, you're kind of like
Yeah.
ranging right in the middle.
Yeah, it's just consolidation, and
Yeah.
as long as you're above 174. 4 hour as well as multiple drives with bearish divergence. We've hit all of the easy targets, but we have to close over 189.48 to confirm a local bottom, which we're very close to. Come on. We've hit extreme volatility levels on this dump down, and we're about to get a silver cross to the downside on a 2 hour. Yeah, so the very low time frames look like we're going to get a mean reversion bounce very soon, and then which will probably bleed into the medium term and higher time frames, which are currently very bullish. And eventually, probably within the next 2 months, 3 months, the higher time frames are going to take over, and this thing is probably going back to current all-time highs. And it's kind of looking like the current correction might be over, especially since on the hourly we've reclaimed the 200 SMA, and volatility is about to get a mean reversion. And the volatility was expanding, and it gave us multiple periods of expansion, like several hours straight of 100% volatility. So we should get a pretty decent mean reversion bounce from here, which would be enough for the medium term and the higher term timeframes to take over, and this thing to continue upwards and onwards to the right.
Nice. Thank you so much, sir. S&P 500 for you.
Nice. The SPY or the ES, the futures?
I think that whatever you want to do, I think it's just relatively the same at the end of the day.
That's futures, right?
As how it goes, the guy who commented, the guy who commented goes, S&P 500, I am a boomer.
Hey, nowadays S&P has been pretty volatile. So.
I know, it's pretty good. It's getting younger. It's getting younger. It knows. Ok. Estamos viendo Coinbase. Vamos a empezar sin la volatilidad, solamente con Coinbase por acá. Ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes en un gráfico semanal y limpiarlo un poco quitando esto. No quitando absolutamente todo, pero sí eso. Quiero que vean algo. Lo he dicho varias veces acá. Venimos en una tendencia alcista. Creo que es bastante claro simplemente viendo esta diagonal que cruza de acá para acá, creando bajos más altos, más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Pero ahora, aquí la pregunta del millón, como siempre, es, ¿esto qué es? ¿Esto es consolidación o básicamente pum, 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 diario? Nos vamos de lado y después trepamos a la alza, o esto es simplemente una tendencia bajista y va a haber continuación para abajo. Ok, ahí les va el cuento. Ahí les va el cuento. Uno, seguimos por encima de esta línea que para mí es una de las líneas más importantes. Cada que rompemos esta línea y hacemos un SFP, para toda la gente que ya vio el curso de Zero a Trader, saben lo que es. Cada que creamos uno de estos SFPs, tenemos un movimiento explosivo a la alza. Cada vez. Y ahorita todavía no hemos tenido ese movimiento, aunque personalmente yo creo que este fue ese momento para el siguiente. Básicamente, esta zona donde estamos en este momento fue o esta zona para el precio antes, o esta zona para el precio antes, o esta zona para el precio antes. Creo que estamos justamente por ahí. Se me hace crítico el precio en los 188, lo pueden ver, estamos creando altos más bajos, pero seguimos creando altos más bajos más altos. Definitivamente no queremos barrer la línea de los 160 y definitivamente 145 para abajo sería pésimo en un análisis normal que cualquier persona pueda hacer simplemente viendo esto. Ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo en este gráfico semanal? Estamos viendo cómo estamos abajo del 9, abajo del 21, rebotamos en el 55. Estamos justamente rangueando en medio de lo importante. ¿Cómo se ve la volatilidad acá? Puedes decir que no hay una respuesta. Pero vamos al gráfico mensual. Gráfico mensual, temporalidad se ve bastante bien. Estamos por arriba del 9, el promedio de las 9 está en los 187.09, estamos en 187.68. ¿Qué es lo que queremos? Queremos cerrar arriba esta línea para poder empezar. Esto es nuestro primer paso. Arriba de los 188 es una zona crítica. ¿Qué es lo que no queremos perder? Los 174. 174 para nosotros es una zona muy importante para el precio, para que, de acuerdo a los indicadores de Farhan de momentum y volatilidad, para que no se continúe extendiendo el movimiento a la baja, no queremos perder los 174, que también lo pondrían literalmente abajo de esto, llegas a los 174, es básicamente acá. Entonces, eso te bajaría de esta línea, te pone justamente en el abajo junto al promedio del 21 y no estaría todo perdido, pero esto sería dar continuación a probablemente algo así. ¿Ok? Eso es si pierdes los 174. Si no pierdes los 174, lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades cortas como la diaria, por ejemplo, es, ves cómo estás por abajo acá del 9, el 21, el 200 está por acá arriba, nos había rechazado, etcétera. Lo que estamos viendo es consolidación en nuestros ojos, pero en temporalidades cortas tuvimos básicamente todo el momentum era bajista, y eso quiere decir que hubo continuación en el movimiento bajista, pero estamos llegando a extremos. No sé si en la diaria tenemos esos extremos. Denme un segundo. ¿En dónde estoy? En Coinbase diario. Ok. En la diaria estamos en extremos. No, todavía no. En semanal tampoco estamos en extremos. Mensual tampoco. Así que básicamente lo que estamos viendo acá es consolidación. Definitivamente queremos poder aguantar esta línea. No pasa nada si el precio cierra por acá. Lo único que estamos buscando es no cerrar abajo de los 174. Eso nos pondría en un lugar donde la continuación del movimiento bajista sería algo que pensemos que se daría. Y cualquier cosa del lado, porque lo que creemos es que por un lado vamos a ranguear todavía más, ¿no? Algo así, por un rato y después tendrás tu movimiento a la alza. Lo rico de esto es que a fin de cuentas, no importa cómo lo estemos midiendo, hay varios objetivos que nos ponen en este alto histórico de 430. Entonces, cuando tienes un análisis o varios análisis y tienes varias confluencias en un precio, muy probablemente vaya para allá. En mi opinión, y esto es solamente una opinión de un imbécil retrasado mental, ya lo saben ustedes, que se dedica a hacer videos de cochecitos y no sabe nada de cochecitos tampoco, la mejor oportunidad en el mercado en acciones va a ser Coinbase. Simplemente por lo que puede correr y la velocidad a la que puede correr. Y de nuevo, esto da confluencia un poco a mi análisis de que el bull run más grande y potente viene después del año de las elecciones. No fue el 2016, fue el 2017. No fue el 2020, fue el 2021. Y creo que esto va exactamente a darse 2025. Así que para que lo tengan ahí presente, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso fue Coinbase. Vamos a hacer Alphabet. Is that right, Alex? You doing Alphabet?
Yeah, this is Alphabet, Google. Google's looking pretty good. We can see here it has an inverse head and shoulders. I find it interesting because the measured moves right around that 193.48 meme line that I have. Technically, it would take us to 191.60. So it is just something to know. The reason I'm also pointing that out is because, on the 2-day, we have volatility expanding almost, right? It's at 14.29%. So it's very close. Once it gets above 15%, that'll be confirmation that volatility is expanding from extreme lows. And so that to me is telling me that, that a bigger move here could occur, especially when we know we have an inverse head and shoulders. We basically are above that 2-day 9. And on top of it, we do have a silver cross on the 2-day. So how I'm interpreting this now is I'd like to see that 2-day EMA 9 either move up and meet this wick low. If it doesn't, I'll be looking maybe for an opening to actually retest it fully. And then that will, to me, look like an opportunity. Very much so like on the 2-day, we have a silver cross on daily where it is at the 9 and volatility is expanding still. So at this point now, we really want to see a bounce. We don't want this to start breaking down because this expanding, let's see when it started. Oh, so this already started to expand when we moved up. So the nice part is it's not expanding when we're moving down. It's still happening. We're just having a pullback at that 182. That 182, small amounts of data. I just added that before I went on stream. In a bigger range though, 152 is pretty strong support and 193 is pretty strong resistance. And so to me, it just looks like Google is on its way slowly but surely to there. And I want to see a bounce here. If not, then, I'll be more in the camp that will actually test that 2-day 9. On the weekly here, it's interesting because I think if I was right, something we pointed out last time we looked at Google was if you start analyzing volatility on the weekly, we're actually at the lowest volatility we've ever been in the history of Google, which is kind of interesting to see. And so for me, I want this just on the weekly to keep holding the 9. We see the EMA 9, the 21 are crossing now. And so what I'd want to see is obviously we're going to, probably, this is closing in 4 hours. So we're probably not going to close back above 182 today. I just want to see, kind of keep this weekly candle green, and preferably above the weekly EMA 9. That then will give me the bias that probably next week will open up to downside, testing the 9 again. And for me, I'll want that to act like a spring to take us back to the 182 level. Breaking this wick high right at, basically that was formed this week at 183.79. For me, if we break that even on a wick basis, we'll confirm that we're moving to 193 and probably the 2 weeks expanding. So that's kind of what I see with the weekly, the daily, and the 2-day. The monthly, not really getting much, it's welcoming to see the monthly is still above the 9. And since the bull market here that started basically in the beginning of 2023, we've steadily been holding the monthly 9. And we can see here, even last month, we got a bounce from it. So if any deep pullback occurs, I'm all eyes on that 165 zone to be potentially an opportunity, because that's just what the history of Google has shown us, that each and every time we've gone to the 9, that's just been a bounce zone. Curious to see where the 5 is on the monthly. And you can see here that, very much so like what we're seeing with the daily, right at that daily 9, we should see a bounce here, and that's kind of what I'm getting with that monthly 9 already hitting, in really bullish markets, we can dump, lose the 5, go to the 9, and then reclaim the 5. And instead of losing the 5 here and going to the 9, we can just base and catch support at the 5. We kind of saw that here where we dumped, we reclaimed the 5, and then after reclaiming the 5, instead of dumping to the 9 fully, we didn't fully dump almost, but basically the EMA 5 caught us until we broke out. So Google's looking pretty good. It is interesting to see why the weekly is potentially about to fire off a major setup, and why volatility is low. Because keep in mind, with volatility this low, it's even lower than when we had these big moves up. And so you have to ask yourself, is it going to be down or up? And as it stands, it should fire off to the upside. And if we do start expanding here, I do think Google can easily make new all-time highs. I'm curious to see how the HPDR now looks on the more higher time frames. And we can see here, we're basically going to potentially reclaim the 50%, take us out of the blue zone. I want to see where this range moves up. But I'm also liking that we're above still the weekly median. And as Farhan has pointed, and this is what I've heard from him, more volatility tends to occur when we leave this blue zone. We see when we lost it here, we lost it, reclaimed the new area, broke up, and basically this kind of broke us up, and we kept basing off of it. So to me, that's kind of the setup that's potentially brewing here, especially with what we know, with BBWP where it's at currently. I'm curious to see how the daily looks too. And we see here that we're right at that 50% too. So ideally we should see a bounce corresponding with that daily 9, and that's kind of what I'm seeing with the HBDR. And then hopefully, that the 5-day can reclaim the 50% to actually get us back to 182. Again, that 182 will be a big determining factor. If we keep rejecting it, then we'll probably just keep ranging. But if we reclaim it, then I do think we'll easily go up to 193 fairly fast. And then at that point, we have to ask ourselves, with all these setups we're getting, especially like on the weekly, if we're actually about to make a major move on Google, just from these points on BBWP. This move here until we hit extreme was, let's see, 15%, taking it all the way up until we started curving down was more, we'll be conservative, call it 26%. And so even taking it, I guess this was from the expansion here, didn't go fully to extremes. Taking it here was almost basically 10 to 12%, which, if you're used to like Bitcoin to generate 15, 20% moves, that's
in a day.
Yeah, exactly. Then that's not big. But for a company as big as Google, that's pretty massive to go up 10 to 15%. And so again, remember the inverse head and shoulders target's 193. To me, it's looking like that's brewing. We're getting fresh silver crosses on the 2-day and the daily with volatility, telling us that a move's about to happen on Google. And as long as we're above the 9, my bias is still up. Even if we're rejecting here, it's just looking like another retest of the 9. And to me, this is looking quite constructive. Curious to see how the quarterly closed. And yeah, not really getting much in the quarterly. This quarterly is just showing us the big range. If we deleted this yellow line, we're just in a big range. Again, we're 193 is resistance, 152 is support, and we're even getting that kind of support from that EMA 9. Curious to see how the HBDR says on the what the HBDR says on the quarterly. And yeah, we see that the 80% at 200. So yeah, really not getting anything other than just that 193 to 200. It's pretty big resistance on Google. I personally am on the camp that we're probably going to see Google test that 200, within next year, beginning of next year. And it's looking good. And for me to get confirmation that, this move's happening, we're breaking out, is if we start flipping that 193.50, 193.48 into support, then I'll be looking for something like this. Maybe we flip it and then we can go up. But as it stands, this move looks like it's happening. The daily's very nicely above that EMA 100, where we're now basing off all these clusters of moving averages here, the 34, the 9, the 21, and even the 55 here, giving us this silver grass, telling me that this zone is strong. And so it's nice to see they're expanding. We have the silver cross, and it's just a matter of probably basing around here to find a low. I do think then we can, again, just form more of that uptrend structure. And as long as we're just consistently making higher lows and higher highs here, we should be on higher low watch right around here. So that's all I have with Google. Looking bullish, and volatility is giving us a setup with a fresh silver cross supporting it. So
I could not agree more, senor. Microsoft, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Vale, tenemos Google y yo creo que empecemos con la trimestral, porque es un poco el gráfico que hace ver todo esto más sencillo que cualquier otro. Y la razón por qué es sencilla, lo pueden ver. Obviamente estamos en una tendencia alcista. De nuevo, esto es el 2020, ¿ok? Esto fue el bicho. Acá esto fue el famosísimo mercado bajista del 2022, que todos estamos familiarizados con, que fue toda esta bajada. Nos recargamos en la línea, subimos y ahora ¿qué estamos haciendo? Consolidando de lado. Y la pregunta es, ¿esto es el tope, consolidación y continuación o vamos a volver a visitar la zona de por acá? Qué interesante también que el promedio de los 21 esté justamente en los 120, eso es, vean, para que lo vean, justamente alrededor de donde está esta línea de abajo, pero no es lo que estamos viendo básicamente por este momento. Ahora verán por qué. Pueden ver que esto, la volatilidad en esta temporalidad nos da simplemente una continuación. Vamos a ponerlo rápido en la mensual. Vaya, Google, Alphabet, bien por ustedes, carnales. Todo bastante saludable, 9 por encima del 21, con un cruce plateado que se dio mucho más abajo. Seguimos empujando, estamos creando mínimos más altos. Este fue un mínimo definitivamente más alto. Tenemos este alto y ahorita estamos rangueando justamente acá. En la mensual, esto también nos está diciendo que vamos a ranguear por un rato. Temporalidades altas va a tomar un rato en poder subir, porque recuerden, Google es una empresa de 2.11 trillones de dólares. Trillones con T de tetas. Eso quiere decir que movimientos grandes y explosivos no son lo suyo, ¿no? Esto no es Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Vámonos rápido a la semanal. En la semanal podemos ver esta vela hija de puta que simplemente fue a absorber toda la liquidez y luego le dijo a todo el mundo, no, ya vamos a romper para nuevos altos. No es cierto, pendejos, nos vamos a recaer. Y no es cierto, nos vamos a quedar justamente en medio de la vela, que está en 171. Pueden ver que el 9 y el 21 están aquí abajo. Interesante que el 9 y el 21 habían cambiado de posición, ahora volvieron a ponerse en el cero alcista. Y en este momento, Google está tradeando justamente en el nuevo rango. Lo que podemos ver en la semanal es que la volatilidad está en cero. Y literalmente no hemos tenido uno de esos setups desde acá atrás. O sea, estás hablando del 2017 hasta ahora, donde puedes verla. Y creo que la volatilidad en realidad nunca había estado tan baja en Google está por ahí. Y si no está en mínimos, si no es el mínimo más mínimo que ha logrado, no el mínimo más bajo, está muy cerca. Y recuerden que la volatilidad expandiendo el 15% es lo que nos da confirmación de que qué pendejo soy. Ok, ya empecé otra vez. Perdón, es que uso todas las cosas con shortcuts y no hay veces que se me olvidan o me trabo y mi cerebrito chiquitito no funciona. Pero es lo que estás viendo en la diaria. Ahora, la diaria nos dice que hubo cero volatilidad y esto nos está confirmando un movimiento de expansión. Temporalidades cortas nos está diciendo que vamos a tener un movimiento brusco, relativo, pero temporalidades altas nos están diciendo que va a tomar un rato para ese movimiento en general. Lo que nosotros esperamos, si estamos simplemente viendo Google en la diaria, es que Google puede usar el promedio de la 9 o en el peor caso el 21, que está en los 166 a 168, como resortes para el siguiente movimiento a la alza y dar continuación con ese setup que nos está dando la volatilidad y el momentum, la volatilidad y el momentum en Google. Por ahora, tu confirmación para abajo sería perder la zona de los 166. Si pierdes esa zona y tienes varios cierres por ahí, no se vería bien la cosa, pero siempre y cuando estés rangueando arriba del 169 al 181, es esperado, y una vez que tengas un breakout donde rompas el 181 con fuerza a la alza, puedes ir a buscar nuevos objetivos, 188, 191, y lo que nos está dando el HPDR también es esa zona donde el precio normalmente va a tocar, está en los $200, por lo que esperaríamos que Google pueda llegar a los 200 y eso sería un movimiento desde donde está a los 200 de 16%. En una empresa de $2 trillones, eso es gigantesco. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso fue Google. All right. Farhan, where are we going now?
Yes, S&P futures.
Yes. Let's do it. Add to a scenario.
All right, so on the monthly, we are getting a bit of a breakout. We are above this top 38.2% area, and we are expanding. The last time we went over the 38.2% area, we made new all-time highs right here and right here. And we moved up how much percent afterwards? Let's see. About 16% from the last time. About 10% that time. About 48% that time. But
that's when? Every single time it does what?
That's every time it closes above this blue 38.2% area.
Got it.
So now we are just about to do that. We opened above it. We have 28 days and 3 hours to go, and then we will close above it once again. But the difference between this time and that this time right here and the current time is that we're already at pretty extreme levels on the HPDR bands. We topped out at somewhere around the 88.3. So as of this moment, the 88.3 and the 90% are about 6,112 to 6,181. Which still would be a pretty sizable move up from where we are right now. That would be about like 5.5 to 6 and almost 7%, which is pretty massive for the S&P. Does it tell you what the total size of the S&P is? It doesn't say. 763.36 thousand volume.
That's just volume, yeah.
Yeah, I can't do the math between that and what it's at right now.
Well, it's just one ETF, right? It's not the whole thing. So
yeah, this is just a CME.
Yeah.
So our HPDR momentum is re-entering the bullish control zone. It's crossing over this red moving average, and the volatility is supporting it as well. And if you look at the jewel is freshly entering the bullish critical zone, and it's above the pink and the yellow. So you have a pretty nice setup on the monthly for continuation towards the upside and even newer all-time highs than our current all-time highs. Stonks look bullish AF. Our first target would be somewhere around 6,476, which is right above our 95% area on the HPDR. Last time we tapped that 95% area was right over here on this high right here, and this high we kept riding the 95% basically on the way up. So it's not unrealistic, or it's not unrealistic to hit that 95% and tap this 161.8. The confirmation for that would be closing over the 78.6, which is currently at 57.48, which we are above at this moment. We do have 28 days to go, so anything could happen in the next 28 days. Possibly we're much higher than that 78.6 area. Quarterly is looking like we should be getting a rejection or correction pretty soon, but the quarterly is such a high time frame. We have 2 months to go, so anything could happen within the next 2 months. We're entering the God mode sell on the jewel, but you have to remember it can stay in this God mode sell for a long time. It started over the first time in 2017, and it stayed in the God mode sell until October of 2022, which is the bottom of our bear market.
Well, that is the biggest heads up I've ever seen in my life. All you have to do is guess that it was just going to happen in 2022 from 2017.
Yeah, you have to be right on that.
Exactly.
Because it went up a good amount after it fired off. It was like right here. Yeah, right there. And it ended up going up like 40% before we got any real sizable dump, which was our COVID dump. And then it went up another 106% before the bear market, which was still higher than the COVID low.
That's crazy.
So yeah, so this doesn't really mean that much on this high of a time frame, because it can last a long time before you get any type of realistic move from it. What's probably more helpful is that the area you are on the HPDR band, because whenever we find our macro top, it's at the 100% range. So right now that 100% range is sitting at 76.62, and it does move up and down. So and then when it actually does hit in the next like year or two, this very likely could move down to somewhere in the 6,000s, where our fib target was. The weekly is looking like a correction right now. HPDR momentum is breaking out of the bullish control zone back into the neutral area. Volatility is declining, which gives us a setup of hitting the median. And as of now, we are bouncing off of the median. But it would still be bearish, in my opinion, as long as we close below this 5 EMA. Not necessarily bearish, but more corrective. 5 day is also breaking out of the bullish control zone, is breaking towards this neutral area. It's at 5%, so it's very close to the neutral. Volatility is basically fully reset, and we're bouncing off of the median again on the 5 day. 2 day is entering the bearish control zone on the momentum, and volatility is flipped up to support it. And we're losing this blue 38.2% zone. So 2 days looking a bit more like corrective. And we're about to close in 5 hours and 23 minutes. If we lose this 50%, we're probably coming back down towards the 78.6, which is currently at 5,000. Oh, very nice. 5,669.
That's where the daily EMA 100 is.
And as of this moment, we are rejecting the bullish critical zone of the jewel, and the pink is getting very close to crossing below the yellow. So what I'm guessing is that we're going to test this edge of the bullish control zone, and this is where we're going to start flipping around, and then we're going to continue to make new highs from there. Daily is starting to flip up from the bearish control zone, while volatility is flipping down. And we're about to close over this blue 38.2, which is at 5,798. We close over that, then probabilities become that we're going to go towards this top 38.2%, which is basically new all-time highs at 5,922. And then that's going to confirm this as our next local bottom and macro bottom. Same thing on the 4 hour. We're flipping up from the bearish control zone on momentum. Volatility is flipping down. We're regaining this blue 38.2% zone, and the jewel is firing off a God mode buy signal within the bearish control zone as well. So that's giving more of an indication that the local bottom and macro bottom could be in.
Oh, interesting that the bottom of that, when we were talking about the MA100 too, being around the 5,069, like the 5,560 or whatever that is. No, 569.
Yeah.
There's also a gap close down there,
Really?
an open gap. Yeah, on the daily, literally at that price, a little above.
Even more confluence added to it.
Mm-hmm.
On the monthly, momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above 5,845, let's say 5,850, which we are currently slightly below. But we do have 28 days to go. The month is fresh. Quarterly is going to be up as long as momentum is up, prices above 55.01, which we are currently healthily above, and volatility is expanding to support this move towards the upside. And this thing likes to top out in the 100% area. We're at 78.9%. So we can go a lot higher on price before this thing is topped out when we're within the bullish critical zone. Same thing as the monthly within the bullish critical zone. Weekly is going to continue to the downside in the next 5 hours and 21 minutes if we stay below 5,885, which we're below that right now. And if we do continue downwards, on this next weekly open, we're going to open at the edge of the bullish critical zone, which from there, the number should go down by a lot, and we should be able to flip up from there. 5 days going to continue down as long as we're below 5,869. Very nice. 3 days going to continue down as long as we're below 5,918. 2 days is going to continue down, and we have 2 periods of zero volatility as long as we're below 5,917. And daily is getting volatility expansion to the downside while prices and it's going to continue downwards as long as price is below 5,849. So what it seems like is the lower term timeframes are going to get a correction, and we're going to continue towards the downside until we find a bottom somewhere around that 56.69 number, I'm guessing. And then the higher timeframes are going to take over, and this is going to continue to make new all-time highs for the next maybe year to year and a half or 2 years.
That makes all the sense in the world. Good for the S&P 500. Just a little correction.
Good for the boomers.
Good for the boomers. Everyone investing in these fucking. Honestly, it takes the patience of a saint to be able to do this and just leave your money there. But also, it's kind of like guaranteed, right?
Yeah, because the S&P outperforms like 95% of hedge funds.
Well, you have to think about. You're selecting and bringing in new companies that make more money and removing the ones that don't. You're bound to have a winning formula. Like you have a winning formula no matter what going forward. So that's really, really interesting. Let me just look at the classes. Alex, you're doing Microsoft, right?
Yeah.
Okay. AUX.
AUX gold?
Is AUX gold?
Is it? No, this XAU is gold. I'm retarded.
Huh.
I'm dyslexic and retarded.
Welcome to the fucking club. It's the Special Academy.
Is that on the German stock exchange, or is that a stock? Or is that a crypto?
AUX. I don't know. It says Sol and AUX.
Yeah, I think it's a German stock.
Could be.
Damn, you guys are German. Are you Argentinian also?
Could be. Could be. Vale, estamos viendo el SP500 en futuros SES1 con exclamación para que lo tengan en sus tablas. La mejor tabla de todas es la diaria. En temporalidad alta, cuando la ponemos en mensual o trimestral, solamente para enseñarles, pueden ver lo que ha hecho el SP500 todo este tiempo. Una absoluta locura los movimientos a la alza. Esto fue literalmente el 2022 y desde entonces hemos estado subiendo como locos a esta zona. Disculpen que vean tantas líneas por ahí, pero sí pueden ver perfectamente el precio, lo que ha estado haciendo. Wow, este análisis más viejo que mi tía. Y pueden ver que sí hubo ese breakout, acá tuvo el breakdown, etcétera. Vale, eso es lo que estamos viendo en la mensual. Tenemos que decir, en la trimestral, perdón, el movimiento todavía tiene continuación, pero va lento. Esto es literalmente un gráfico de 3 meses. Cada vela son 3 meses. Ahora vamos a la mensual rápidamente y pueden ver que estamos, si lo quieren ver así, una buena consolidación de lado. después de hacer este pico, una vela topera, y a la gente pone nervioso la vela topera porque si tienes un cierre bajo el 5,714, te vas a poner nervioso. Acá empieza a bajar la volatilidad y el momentum también, lo que nos dice que probablemente vayamos a ir de lado a corregir un poco. En la semanal estamos peleándonos y rebotando justamente con el promedio de las 9, después de haber hecho este alto más alto hace 3 semanas, 2 semanas, esta es nuestra semana actual. Y en este momento estamos por encima del promedio de las 9. La que mejor te cuenta la historia de todo esto es la diaria. Porque en la diaria lo que nosotros estamos viendo es que temporalidades cortas se ve correctivo. Si elimino todo esto y quito el ruido, pueden ver que justamente acá hay un gap. Este gap, discúlpenme con esa última línea. Ok, vaya bien, Alejandro. Aquí hay un gap. Este gap está acá. Vamos a señalarlo. Nosotros creemos que probablemente el SP500 corregiría por acá más o menos, tocar esto, encontrar el nuevo piso por cómo se ve de alcista a futuro y de ahí resortear a la alza. Es lo que nosotros esperamos. ¿Qué nos invalidaría ese trade? Sencillo, perder el promedio, que también va junto con el promedio de la 100. Pierdes el promedio de la 100, vas a tener más downside a voltearte a visitar más o menos estos bajos en 5,400. Pero por ahora nosotros simplemente viendo todo no creemos que vaya a ser tanto. Lo que sí es que probablemente venga a cerrar este gap o muy cerca del gap y luego de continuación el movimiento a la alza. Es el SP500, damas y caballeros, que por cierto, una gran forma de invertir sin tener que preocuparte de nada, ¿no? Siempre va a ganar. A fin de cuentas siguen poniendo mejores compañías y sacando malas compañías, así que ahí lo tienen. And before you start, Alex, with Microsoft, there was a question in here. Good morning, Microsoft. Please, do you guys think it could go to 380? A head and shoulders has been broken and a symmetrical triangle too. Been learning a lot with you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Edgar.
Okay. Well, let's see. 380 to me definitely seems likely. And I'll tell you why. I mean, last month's closure wasn't good. We have to note that, the fact that we closed the monthly under the 9 for the first time in a very long time signals to me that we should be cautious here. I don't think Microsoft's going to make it an easy short where we'll immediately dump to 378. But as long as the monthly is under the 9, for me, I'm watching for potentially a rejection here soon. I think that the daily can rally up. We see that daily SMA 200 was acting as good support on Microsoft. Big moves happen when we reclaim it, and also big rejections happen when we lose it. And so for me now, I'm watching for a potential rally back into this zone right at $422. I think that when you get a cluster like this, but if we really start zooming and checking this out, we're getting as a silver cross to the downside. We're now under the daily EMA 100, and we just freshly lost that daily SMA 200. And so any rallies into this point you need to be cautious at the fact that we easily could reject there.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at a 2-day now, the hopium here is that the 2-day EMA 100 keeps holding. But the fact that we already broke this low on a wick basis tells me that we need to be cautious because this trend here is starting to look like it's more in a downtrend posturing where we were up, we made a low, we broke this low, we then started chopping, we started to try to form a higher low here. We broke the high, we were unable to break this last wick high though. And then coming down, we still were unable to break the last low. The issue is now we're rolling over without breaking this last high. So to me, this is looking like another lower high. And then we just made it a lower low here after breaking this last low. So the big jumble of words, but essentially I'm seeing that the 2 days potentially flipping into a downtrend with also a daily silver cross. Now we are at the daily MA 100, so we'll need to see where this closes. But as it stands for me, bounces should occur here, right? But then the bounce could just line up with what we're saying on the daily, where we probably do see a bounce, but it probably gets short-lived and rejects at $422. For me, once that daily starts losing, once the 2-day starts losing the EMA 100, I'll be looking at that as the sign that this is going to break down. And then I do think that 380 target can come into play, which lines up perfectly with that SMA 200. Ideally for bulls, they'll keep grinding and slowly, you know, trekking along, consolidating, letting this moving average actually come up more with price, meeting us right around that 380 to 388 zone. So yeah, having a target at 380 TP on the short is logical, but we have to really be mindful of the fact that we still are at major support. This is an area where we at least should get a bounce. And if you, let's say, are short around this zone, I'd be looking at that $422 zone to be a potential area to add to shorts, or just be cautious of the reclaim there. You really wouldn't want the daily to start popping back and reclaiming this SMA 200, because this will look like an S&P then. And we know, right, when Microsoft starts deviating and losing and then reclaiming, it at least gives us somewhat of a bounce. This one, 4.8%, and then this one here was 7%. So I just be mindful of that. That would be my sign that maybe we're going to get a bigger bounce. That if we don't end up rejecting this zone, and then all eyes back at 430, a nice area for kind of the last area for bears. This looks like a deviation here. Oh wait, I'm still on the magnet tool. This looks like a deviation here. If we end up not rejecting here, maybe we go up. Maybe we don't reject here. It's like I'm saying, we pop up. I'll then be looking at that as a potential bearish retest. If you're not short on Microsoft, that could be an opportunity. But until then, I'm still in the camp 422 will reject. Curious to see now how the 5 day is looking. And we can see here the 5 day also is basically breaking down. Now it'll be really key to see where this closes, because bulls are stepping in. But again, we're just getting more confluence of the daily resistance right at $422. So, you know, we're getting multiple areas and multiple time frames telling me that that's going to be a massive area for Microsoft. And with volatility at literally 0%, this move could just be starting. It's obviously not confirmed, but once this breaks 15%, you know, it basically will be confirmed. And then, you know, we really do have to start looking at that 380s, which would be a pretty sizable dump. And as long as we're under that 34, that 5 day EMA 34, you really have to be cautious at the fact that this is going to potentially break down. It's very much like how that monthly 9 was holding us during that whole rally up. You know, that 34 on the 5 day was pretty strong support. We see here, we started to chop around it, and now we've broken down. Really wouldn't surprise me to get some kind of rally, and then it just kind of rolls over and then comes down. It's kind of the scenario I'm watching for. You could even look at this as like a channel, taking it from the wicks, and then even drawing it from like here. So we could be just like in a bigger channel here. I don't really hold a lot of weight with those kind of patterns, but it's mainly just to represent kind of the lower high structure that we're just forming in that time frame. So that's it. I'm curious to see how the quarterly looks. The quarterly, to me, yeah, again, nice confluence to whoever asked this question, because we see that quarterly 9's right at 375. So we end up dumping hard. I do think that, you know, we have to then watch, you know, that quarterly 9 to at least be a major opportunity for Microsoft, because that's just what the history of this, you know, quarterly 9 has shown us, that, you know, we don't really like to go below it. This was kind of like a black swan, and then, you know, it really likes to get people. Boomers bid this quarterly 9 heavily. So we end up really dumping here, and that 5 day volatility starts expanding. All eyes on that you know, call it like 367 to 375. That's kind of the range I'd be watching for Microsoft, and that could be a major opportunity. So, you know, let's look at here. This helps me identify it easier. The quarterly trend's still up, you know, and so what we look for here is just another quarterly higher low. You know, and if you're a more long-term investor, that could be the spot where you start, you know, at least getting in. As long as we're above that quarterly 9, I do think we'll, on the very high time frames, be bullish, but it doesn't mean we can't have a pullback on the lower time frames. You know, like the 5 days showing, the daily, and even the weekly, and even the monthly, actually, you know, because that is slightly concerning, losing that. Slightly concerned, you know, when we see a monthly 5 as much as it did, and now we're losing it. We see here, we lost it, we got a bounce, but this first loss would have at least told me it's time to be cautious. You know, we see that monthly 21 kept bouncing. We kept going to it, but it kept bouncing. And right now that's at $378. You know, nice area with that quarterly 9. Then we see once we basically lost the 21, we kept rejecting the 9, and then came all the way to the 34. So that's why I'm finding more of like that 378 to 346 to probably be a really good opportunity. We are looking like we're forming though kind of a downtrend structure. I'd be really mindful of that with volatility as low as it is. This weekly is going to be very important. You know, if we end up losing this weekly 34, I'll be looking into next week to probably get a rally to that 422, 420, beautiful number. And then I'll be watching that to reject. I'm also liking the confluence of that 370 to 380, right around that weekly EMA 100. And that tells me, you know, with this weekly EMA 100, we should see a bounce considering we haven't actually tested this entire move up. So we should at least, even if it's a mean reversion bounce, see some kind of reaction there. And not really getting anything off the 2-week. On the lower time frames, like the 4-hour, we see here we are, you know, starting to move up now, and we just see the cluster on the lower time frames at right around that resistance zone. You know, 422, right where that 4-hour EMA 100 is. Even going to like an hourly, we see the hourlies reclaimed the 9. So, you know, as long as that hourly holds the 9, we probably can push up a little bit more. But again, with volatility already at extremes on the very low time frames, you really have to start looking at this kind of volatility move up kind of being capped already. Like a 2-hour, let's see, yeah, it's approaching the 9 with volatility at extreme. So again, even when we're looking at it on a very low time frame, it just tells me, yeah, we could move up a little bit more to like 420, but really shouldn't be expecting much of a bigger move past 420 to 422. You know, it's as evident on like the weekly, the daily, the 2-day, the 5-day, and even on the monthly. It's all just nice resistance around there. So yeah, maybe a bounce up to there, but then that could be a short opportunity.
Dope. Fucking dope. Yeah. Interesting because it's fucking Microsoft. Like, what could be going on with I don't know anything about Microsoft news, but I'm gonna look into it. There's intel for you, sir.
All right, cool.
All right.
It's because Bill Gates. It's because Bill Gates is going to Microsoft.
My God, I can't believe you did that.
There goes an uncle joke for you.
Sorry, everybody. No. Oh no, I never updated the ticker. What a fucking piece of shit I am. God damn. All right. Well, I'll do it on this. I'll do it now. Why not? Hang on a second. Let me just put my chart on so you guys don't have to worry about this. And let me update a ticker. Boom, 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 boom. Listo. Perdón, no le había dado update al ticker, señores. Ya ven, muy distraído por acá, platicando con ustedes en el chat. Ok. Vale, estamos viendo Microsoft en este momento y interesante el análisis que compartió Alex con nosotros. También yo quiero hacer algo por encima de esto, porque nos pregunta, ¿quién es? Me parece que es Edgar. Sí, nos pregunta Edgar, ¿crees que Microsoft pueda llegar a los $380? Hay un hombro cabeza a hombro que ya se rompió y un triángulo simétrico que también se rompió. Vamos a ver. Vamos a analizar esto. ¿Dónde está el hombro, cabeza, hombro para la gente que lo esté viendo? Hay diferentes en realidad en esta tabla. Depende de cómo lo quieras ver, ¿no? Porque esta es una tabla diaria. Yo no usaría tanto así esto, pero podrías decir que esto es uno, esto es otro y esto es otro. ¿Y cómo los juntas? Sería básicamente, cabrón, por ese, perdón, ¿tengo el imán? No. Ok. Los juntarías así, más o menos, para que tengan esa, y básicamente en esta línea, si rompes los 387, esa es una. La otra que él está viendo, que es la que yo personalmente creo que sí va a jugar, es esta. Es hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Ok? Este pito extraño, eso es el que yo veo. Y ahora, ¿Cómo mides este movimiento, este hombro, cabeza, hombro? No lo agarras desde el principio, lo agarras desde el hombro, donde cae el hombro, cabeza, hombro. Acá, justamente. Así es como lo mido y vamos a ponerle un objetivo. Y ahorita van a ver por qué estoy haciendo esto. El objetivo lo tomas del punto más alto del precio a la línea de tendencia, que es el cuello. Y ahí lo pones donde se rompió. Y eso nos lleva a 377 como objetivo, que es alrededor de la zona de los 380. Ya veo cómo llegaste a ese número. Ok, interesante. Ya vieron cómo quedó eso, ¿no? Para que no haya duda alguna. Y estos retesteos de vuelta a la zona donde se rompe algo son muy comunes. Ok, interesante. Ahora, en la diaria, podemos ver cómo tenemos todos los promedios bonchados acá. Voy a acercarme para que lo puedan ver. Todo literalmente. Tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja, tienes el 9 que está cayendo, hasta va a caer pronto por abajo el promedio de las 200, todo está acá. Por lo que en temporalidad corta no nos sorprendería si viéramos al precio hacer esto antes de continuar para abajo. Pero también existe la posibilidad de que no nada más hagamos esto, que lo rompas, llegues hasta acá y después descontinuación a la baja. Es lo que pensamos, no creemos que esto vaya a subir instantáneamente. Lo que creemos es que aquí hay una oportunidad para hacer un corto. Aquí hay varias oportunidades para hacer corto, depende cuál quieras tomar. La primera yo la pondría acá, justamente. ¿Y dónde está mi invalidación? Justamente arriba de esta línea. Esto no sería el escenario que yo usaría. Y ahora, ¿dónde estaba mi objetivo? En los 380, ¿vale? Ok. Tengo la posibilidad de hacer 8% en contra de perder 1.87%. Suena bien, suena bien. Mi invalidación sería esta. Esta es una invalidación potente. No se la daría yo como una invalidación potente. La que yo personalmente me gustaría hacer es esta. Si es que el precio llegara a tocar una vez más ahí, que ya sabes que no siempre te va a salir lo que estás buscando. Yo abriría el corto acá. Mi invalidación sería este alto y puedes llevártelo hasta acá abajo. Y ahora tienes un 10% contra un 2%. Es más riesgoso, pero esto al mismo tiempo es, en mi opinión, la invalidación perfecta. ¿Por qué? Porque si creas un alto más alto que esto, vas a continuar para arriba muy probablemente. Claro que puede que te la juegue como pendejo y te saque, pero muy probablemente seguirías el movimiento para arriba, por lo que yo usaría esa, pero también esta es una bastante poderosa porque tienes a todos los promedios ahí juntos. Ahora, vamos rápido a la semanal para que lo vean. El 9 y el 21 están acá, se acaban de dar la vuelta, el 9 está por abajo del 21 y ahora tienes al precio caer. Estás cayendo de la línea del cuello, recuerda. ¿Qué es lo primero que tienes? Tienes el promedio de las 55 por acá, déjame prender el 34 y también estás perdiendo el 34 para que lo tengas, para que lo anotes mentalmente. En la mensual puedes ver que estás en los 409, donde está tu promedio de las 9, pero el 21 está aquí abajo. ¿Y cuándo fue la última vez que vino a testear el promedio de las 21? En marzo, en realidad en mayo del 2022, en ese mercado bajista. Así que esto sería más o menos por donde encuentres el bajón, el límite del bajón en este movimiento de Microsoft. Vamos a verlo rápido en la trimestral. En la trimestral también tienes confluencia con el promedio de las 9, que está en los 374. Por eso nosotros creemos que Microsoft puede tener un chance de repuntar tantito, venir para abajo y después dar su movimiento de continuación a la alza. Pero por ahora tiene cara de que va a ser correctivo. Estamos atentos a esta zona. Vamos a acercarnos rápido en la diaria para que lo puedan ver de cerca. Aquí en la diaria estamos atentos de estas zonas. Yo pondría esta línea en mi tabla también. Esto es lo que estaba hablando del triángulo también este tío. Yo pondría atención acá y si el movimiento se da por acá y ves que el precio rompe esto y se queda por acá consolidando, para arriba. Pero si vienes, retesteas por acá, te rechaza, retesteas, te rechaza, vas para abajo. Y lo que creemos es que ahorita ya vas para abajo y simplemente va a ser ver si va a haber continuación. O sea, el movimiento se está dando. La volatilidad estuvo en cero. Acá el movimiento se empezó a dar y es lo que te está tirando. Así que la volatilidad nos está diciendo que va a empujar tantito, que va a empujar para abajo esto, básicamente, si lo estás viendo así, tíos. Pues vale pues, Microsoft. What's next? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
AUX.
AUX, that's right. And now I need to create the ticker for AUX. Great. What's AUX? Is it a good one?
It is ASX Limited, investment bank / broker.
All right. Well, fuck us. Let's
What
see.
a nice little flush on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right now?
Dumpski.
Yeah. I think the hourly is trying to grind a higher low. That's the hopium. We just don't want to see yesterday's low taken. You know, if you're in the academy and you're long still on Bitcoin sold, this is still an ad. This is an ad opportunity, in my opinion. So I'm just watching that hourly to potentially. We want bulls to step in though, fairly soon, but still looking like a good opportunity. But yeah, nice little flush out. Usually before we break out, Bitcoin gets most predatory because it's trying to shake out everyone.
I'm seeing on Discord people are getting out of the Solana long, but it hasn't been invalidated yet, guys. There's still an hour to go before the 3-hour close.
Yeah, we're still in it.
It's never a good idea to front run the stop loss.
My stop loss on Sol is at 159. So did the 3-hour not close right now? I thought they said it did. Okay.
It didn't.
And the 8-hour held the EMA 34 on Bitcoin. So still nice.
All righty. And that's what we're looking at. Okay.
All right. So this does not look the best on the quarterly. It's in a steady downtrend and it's rejecting the 5 EMA the whole entire time ever since July of 22. So more than 2 years, this has been on a not just a downtrend, but a very aggressive downtrend, rejecting the 5 EMA every single time it's tapped it. This time around, it tapped the 21 EMA, which is it has not since around April of 2023. And after rejecting the 21, it's getting a sharp move down. It's losing the 9 and the 5 once again. And if it closes like this in the next month and 30 days, very likely it's coming down to the top, bottom 78.6%, which is just below these current cycle lows, which is at $32.24. And our HPDR momentum is trying to flip back up, but it's still within the bearish control zone, and the volatility is starting to go down. The jewel is starting to flip up within the bearish control zone. It's starting to flip white. So on this next monthly quarterly open, if it manages to close above 61.8%, which is at 38.84, then the jewel is going to start flipping around. It's going to flip into the cyan light blue, and it's going to be the first time it's ever done that within the bearish control zone. So that should be a very sizable bounce towards the upside. Most likely it's going to come somewhere around this 50% zone, which is at like $56.50. That's close to 100% move from here. That's like somewhere around 49 to 50% from where we are right now.
Balls.
The monthly is showing the same thing, where HPDR momentum is pointed to the upside, where volatility is going down, and the jewel is starting to flip around. But this time it's already gotten out of the bearish control zone, and now it's moving towards the bullish control zone. We're getting a move holding the blue 38.2%. So we should be targeting the median right now, which is at $40.74. There is a silver cross to the downside, though. So somewhere around the median and the 55 should be resistance. Weekly, we're getting downwards momentum and downwards volatility. So it should be a correction. But as long if we lose the median, we're going to come down to this bottom 38.2, which is at 37.19. 2 days looking pretty bad. We're about to lose most of our major EMAs, 61.8%. Should be targeting somewhere at 37.68. That would also fill this gap.
I mean, it ranges in such a small range of price, right?
Yeah, and daily is looking quite bad as well. As long as we're closing below this 200 SMA, probabilities are that we come back down to 37s.
It just keeps coming up, that 37, even though it's at 38.
If we go all the way down to the 4-hour, it's still looking quite bearish as long as we're below, what is this, $39. Looks like we're going to come down to 37.50. Monthly is about to confirm a drive of a hidden bearish divergence and a rejection of the bullish control zone, which should give us and volatility is contracted all the way down to 3%. So this is going to be a very, very massive and volatile move. Our first target is going to be this neutral zone, which is currently at $34.79. And then the next target from there is the bearish control zone. This number is going to go up, but as of right now, it's at $4.19. If it was 1 cent more to 420.
Oh, that would be a tremendous fall. That'd be awesome.
Weekly is getting.
I hate this price already.
Weekly is getting expanding volatility, so that's not a good sign, telling us that this move down is likely not a correction. And daily has confirmed bearish divergence as well. So on the high time frames and the low time frames, it's looking quite bearish, and it's looking like we're probably about to break these current lows and make some new lower lows.
So what you're saying is you're investing in it and you're going long.
Yeah, with leverage.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Intel. AMD.
Nice. AMD. Advanced Micro Devices.
That's right. That's motherfucking right. Thank you, sir. Vale. Estamos viendo este gráfico de AUX. Es una empresa alemana en la trimestral. Vean lo poco que ranguea. O sea, literalmente ha estado... Eso es el 2010, porque son velas trimestrales. Estaba en $29, hoy está en 38. O sea, no sube ni baja nada, ¿no? El alto más alto que ha tenido está en los 60 y acá hizo un doble pico, lo pueden ver, un doble techo en los $60 y ahora está cotizando en básicamente 40, en 38, 40. En todas las temporalidades estás viendo esto, lo que está jugando básicamente en la temporalidad más alta. ¿Esto qué es? Tienes una bajada, tienes consolidación de precio en la bajada, que tiene cara de una banderita bajista. Y esta banderita bajista lo que está haciendo es simplemente darle continuidad al movimiento que ya lleva. Y también la expansión de la volatilidad lo valida. Vale. Pueden ver que literalmente nunca ha perdido el promedio de las 55, probablemente se acerque a hacerlo ahora, está siendo rechazado en la de 3 meses por el promedio de las 21, el 9, y creando una vela de tope gloriosa. Esta vela va a cerrar en un mes con 30 días, así que todavía le falta. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual tenemos el mismo tipo de vela topera por acá, pero el precio ya cayó por debajo del promedio de la 9, del 21 y muy probablemente vayamos a visitar una vez más el promedio de las 200, el SMI 200 que está en los 33.25. Semanal, vean el velón don tan cabrón, cómo está cayendo, perdiendo todos los promedios con un cruce plateado a la baja en este momento y apenas está dando el movimiento, lo que probablemente nos vaya a dar nuevos mínimos por acá. Si llegamos a hacer eso, eso sería bastante malo para el precio. Y en la diaria es horrendo este precio, estás por debajo de literalmente todos los promedios. Este es un gráfico con no muchos datos, por eso hay tantos gaps. Sí, básicamente estás abajo de todo, carnal. Lo que nosotros diríamos es la mensual es la mejor para ver. Lo que nosotros diríamos es la única manera de pensar que esto va a ser alcista es si tienes cierres arriba de 41.58. Si no puedes hacer eso, esto se ve cocinado y tiene cara de que va a ser una buena corrección y continuación de este movimiento a la baja. Así que atento ahí con AUX. ¡Au! Okay, Alex, what are you doing? Intel. All righty. Let me do the ticker.
Nice.
Ready whenever you are.
Cool. So starting on the 2-week, just wanted to note here, like Intel's been pretty heavily sold off, and we're in a steady downtrend. So a bounce made sense, kind of where it was at. We did lose at $20.57, but this way kind of acted as a trap and trapped shorts, and that's why I believe we're moving up. I do think that this is pretty major resistance, though. We're going up to right around $24. That $22 to like $25 zone is going to be strong resistance, and I'm going to be looking at that as the first big rejection zone on Intel, and that could actually put in another macro higher low. It's never a good sign when we view a chart on a quarterly, and we can kind of see here, after basically losing the quarterly 9. We rallied all the way up, rejected it, and then even closed again below that quarterly EMA 100. A really bad sign for bulls, and just kind of shows you how sold down this chart is. We've never been below the quarterly EMA 100 for this long effort, and Intel's basically history. Yeah, because even when it lost it here, was under it, and then quickly reclaimed it. We've lost it, we've rejected it, and now, we're still under it. The quarterly SMA 200 is kind of where we bounced. There's not a lot of data there, but it's just something I'll point out. The 6-month too, we see the perfectly rejected that cluster here. And we even have the 9 flipping under the 21, just kind of, again, signaling that Intel's really not that bullish. And there's other charts, there's better charts out there. Like Google, that's looking more primed than something like Intel. And viewing it on the 6-month, we can kind of see this $20 zone. It's pretty important for Intel. If we start losing it, especially on like a monthly closing, I'll have to start looking at like $12, potentially even all the way back to $10 getting hit.
That's what we have on the analysis that we did whenever we did it last. I have a little look, just real quick. I'll put back your chart in a second.
No worries.
On the $12, you see it?
It's looking like it's brewing to me. We really want to see bulls kind of step in here, but with the trend, still down with consistent lower highs, now even a lower low here, it's not looking good. So if we go now, because obviously these are all closing in a month, 2 months, we start going like to the monthly here. We see the monthly is just consolidating. For many months, we've just been in this range. I do think that, again, just with what I'm saying, if we end up getting any rallies up to like that $25, $27, $22 zone, looking at that as a rejection area. If you're bullish, you just really want to see bulls start to just keep consolidating what they're doing on the monthly. This will cause the monthly 9 to keep going down, and maybe it'll match with price next month, right around $25.50. To me, if the monthly 9 can get all the way back down and bulls can reclaim that while also flipping the meme line, I do think then we can start looking at 32s, or at least the monthly 21, which will be a major spot for Intel. We see the last major rejection was from that monthly 21. If we go on a weekly here, not really much. We're just kind of chopping. We're losing the 9, reclaiming it, losing the 9, reclaiming it. So then in that case, I like to go to the 2-week and kind of see, and it kind of opens up a different picture where we're still under the 9. And that 9 is perfectly at $24.37. Again, just another tick for bears on why this should be a rejection zone. And also why, if we start getting, especially a monthly close back above $25.47, it's going to be pretty massive. Something that, I'm sure we all are looking at is on all these high time frames, volatility is at extremes. And so that's telling me at least consolidation here is definitely warranted. And that's something that we should be expecting. Up or down, right? With no volatility or volatility capped, you can't expect huge moves down or up, but the trend is still down. And once this volatility starts to reset, maybe we can start to see it tick down just simply because of where it's at now. But it's already been at extremes for 2 closures. So just kind of points out just the nature of how sold down this chart is and kind of where we're at now. If you're really bullish, it'd be hard to really expect a major breakout from this point, and really all rallies seem like they're going to get stopped either at that $24, $25 zone, if not back to that $32 to $33. I say that because we see the 5-day. The 5-day, it's closing in five days, but we haven't been able to reclaim that 9. If we do, then I do think this will easily take us to, again, that 5-day 21. But then I'll just be, again, looking at that as rejection, an area to reject. And then to tie it all in, we have a nice gap here. So, filling some of this would make sense. I'm liking, though, that daily EMA 100. If you follow my analysis, that's pretty much tied into everything I watch. And it's a pretty big zone for charts, especially something like a boomer chart like Intel. They tend to respect it a lot more. We just see kind of the correlation around that SMA 200, EMA 100. Just big rejections happen from that area. It even happened here where we were kind of dancing with it and then it just broke down. And so again, just solidifies, like if we end up rallying, I'm again watching for this zone to reject again. And then it would make sense to come back down and actually test the daily 9 again and kind of see what we're working with, if it holds or if it deviates. We don't have a silver cross in the daily. If we go, I'm curious to see kind of how the Bollinger Bands are on the daily. If we go here, we see they are starting to pinch, which is interesting to see. So, with volatility starting to creep up here, it basically was under 14%, now back above 15%. With the daily above the 9, it gives me a slight bull bias, especially with these Bollinger Bands as tight as they are. And that's why I just be very cautious of maybe a breakout to here. We move up, and then that starts to reject and fizzle. Curious to see from this point if we end up actually hitting that daily EMA 100. It's still almost like 9 to 10%. I definitely didn't think it was that much from looking at it right here. So yeah, we could definitely see these Bollinger Bands break, and then that could start expanding volatility. If we move up 10% on Intel, it's a massive move. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. To summarize it, I'm more in the camp that we're going to get a bounce. I do think that bulls are consolidating this in a way where we can squeeze up and kind of smoke some shorts here that probably aggressively scaled in around here. But I do think that once we end up going, I don't think we're going to full on fill this gap, but I do think we can a little bit. And it just ties into what I'm saying, where I do think the daily can go up to that $25. That basically ties into the weekly actually hitting that 21. And that is kind of a nice thesis, especially if that weekly reclaims the 9. It kind of makes sense. You reclaim the 9, then you go to the 21. Just kind of what we see with the daily hitting that EMA 100. But we just have to be really cautious to the fact that we're getting 2-week, weekly, daily resistance all around the same region. So that tells me that if bears don't step in and start rejecting us right around that $25, call it even this, if the daily starts reclaiming that EMA 100 for more than 3 closures, I'll be then looking at that as potentially new support. And then all eyes on that $31 zone. That $31 zone is going to be pretty massive for Intel. We know here it has massive resistance on the quarterly, right around that zone with the quarterly EMA 100 and that quarterly 9. That quarterly 9 was the last major rejection point before we dumped 24%. And so I'm not expecting bulls to easily get through that 30, 31 to $33, assuming they even break $25. It's like if this, then that. And currently, a 10% move all the way back to that EMA 100 should constitute you being cautious because the trend is still heavily down. And just like I said, that could just lead into another lower high on the higher time frames. Especially like on a 2-week, if we end up, coming down and then breaking and then rolling over, it's going to look just like what happened here, where just put in a lower high before we broke down. Same scenario, lower high to full on breakdown. I do think that $12 region though will act as a nice opportunity. If we end up losing that $12, and then we have to view the previous breakout zone, which is right around here. Basically, when we flipped $9.75 into support right here, what was resistance flipped into support, and that's what brought us to a major breakout to $20. But if we end up not holding that zone, then which will come around $12, and for me, yeah, it seems very likely that $10 will get hit. But one thing after the next, so I do think good confluence without 100 that, $12 could easily get hit. Now I'm just going to real quickly brush here. I'm just curious to see what HBDR is saying. And we see it on the 5-day. I'm liking the 80% lining up right around that resistance zone we talked about. I'm curious to see though if the monthly is giving us any target here. No, not really. I mean, this will keep moving up. Let me see here. Yeah, not really getting anything on that. And then let's just check the daily. And so yeah, the daily, see it again, just telling you kind of what I'm saying, where you could see a nice little move up, especially after if the daily ends up reclaiming that 50%. We're leaving the blue zone. We know volatility happens once we do lose the blue zone. In this case, it'd be up, so it'd make a lot of sense for like this scenario to play out, just like a nice little pop up, and then that could be kind of the short trigger. So all eyes on that $25 to $22. That'll be a big decision maker. If we end up, like I said, reclaiming that daily EMA 100, then we have to start looking at $31 to $33, and maybe a full-on gap fill here. And then at that point, that's going to be probably a very high probability chance we're going to reject. If we end up not rejecting and reclaiming that SMA 200, I'm going to be looking at this chop as a macro bottom. And then we really have to start wondering if we're about to go on a major bull run with Intel. My next target would be right around $36 to $38. And then once we break that, we go all the way up to 44. But obviously, we're sitting at 23. That's all hopium now, especially with how bearish everything's looking. And I'll just leave it on. If you're thinking about really scaling into this as an investment, you really have to ask yourself why, considering the 12th month is looking like this and it's closing in 2 months.
That is a horrendous looking chart on the 12th month. I'm definitely using that. Rivan.
Okay, cool.
Had to show up at some point.
Always.
Vale, estamos viendo, bueno, Farhan y yo le acabo de mandar un mensaje. Alguien me mandó un mensaje de texto, un correo que empieza con el título Ayuda. Y luego va a decirme que es un tipazo y que por favor le dé $300,000 y que lo que a él se le ocurre para poder justificarlo es que Juca y yo nos asociemos y que él pase lista. Esa es una idea que vale $300,000, señores. Ahí lo tienen. Para todos ustedes, el regalo que sigue regalando a todo el mundo. Ok, vale. Vamos a las tablas. Estamos viendo Intel. Por cierto, Intel, una empresa de este tamaño, carajo. Y vean cómo ha estado cayendo brutalmente desde sus máximos históricos en $69 con un doble techo. Lo podemos ver por acá, un techo en 68.40. Ah, no, olvídenlo. Había roto máximos históricos en realidad. Esto es como básicamente los shitcoins. $75, luego nunca volví a poder pasar de eso, luego nunca volví a pasar de eso. En una tabla macro enorme, pueden ver lo mal que se ve esto, ¿ok? Sin lugar a dudas. Ahora vamos a llevarlo rápido. Esto es algo que vimos que me voló la cabeza. Un gráfico de 12 meses. Díganme dónde esto se ve bien. Estás a punto bueno, estuviste a punto de barrer este mínimo en los 18.50. Sí, ahorita estás cotizando en $23, pero vean nada más. Y en la de 6 meses, en la de 12 meses, cada una de estas velas es un año, estás muy abajo del promedio del 9, que está en 38.56, y el 21, que está en 33.79, para que tengas esa idea. Y esto nunca lo habías perdido, lo perdiste una vez el promedio de las 21 y ahorita lo volviste a perder. Esto se ve bajista y tengo a mi monito acá en los $12 porque es donde creemos y donde habíamos puesto este objetivo a donde iba a ir, ¿ok? Vale, ahí tienen un poco la pornografía bajista. Vámonos a ver las de 3 meses. Podemos ver que en las de 3 meses también tienes al 9 abajo del 21 y del 55 cayendo el promedio de la 100 rechazando todo. Y es más, solamente quiero ver el promedio de la 100. Denme un segundito. Y el del 200 que está ahí. Güey, no le piqué a nada. Updates are available in this script. New update the latest. Ok, update. No. Tengo que picarle a todos. Denme un segundito. Ahí me dejó ver una. Denme un segundito, perdón. Ahí está, ya lo puedo esconder, ya lo puedo esconder, ya lo puedo esconder, ya lo puedo esconder. Aquí tenemos el 100 y también quería poner el 200. Ok, tenemos el 100. Literalmente hemos perdido el 100 por una vela trimestral acá abajo. Habíamos caído, luego tuvimos este rechazo y luego fue un SFP de este tamaño por acá en los $12. Desde entonces, y esto fue en el 2009, esto fue el 2009, hasta el 2022 no volvió y fue idéntico aparte el movimiento. Vean, en el 2009 caes, cierras aquí abajo del 200, subes, intentas subir, no puedes, te rechaza y luego tienes la subida. ¿Qué pasó acá? Caes, cierras abajo del 100, perdón, subes, intentas romper a la alza, no puedes y luego la siguiente vela lo hace. Y ahorita estás por debajo. Esta es la primera vela. Esta vela, si va a copiar exactamente esto, nos da bastante confluencia con lo que estaba diciendo Alex. El precio tendría que hacer esto en la trimestral, ¿no? Poder llegar hasta allá para continuar el movimiento de rechazo. Y esto es donde está interesante, porque esto tiene más cara de un escenario más bajista en continuación que cualquier otra cosa. Y ahí te va el porqué. La mensual, un segundito, voy a poner todos mis promeditos. Pueden ver cómo estamos castigadísimos y abajo de todo también. Lo que creemos nosotros, sea en la mensual o no, y ahí te la voy a poner más fácil, en la semanal. En la semanal, pueden ver cómo tuvimos esta caída y estaba reconciliando el precio por acá, justamente, y después tuvo ese gran madrazo hasta arriba y luego el rechazo que lo llevó a este mínimo. Creemos que va a poder darse un escenario del mismo estilo, donde Microsoft Intel vaya a ser una de estas y de ahí dar continuación a la baja. Esto crearía un nuevo bajo más alto que este. Y esto nos daría bajos más bajos, una gran probabilidad de bajos más bajos. La diaria te dice un poco de lo que estamos diciendo justamente. Excelente, Alejandro. Felicidades por todo lo que has hecho. Podemos ver que en la diaria estamos por encima del promedio de las 9. Espérame, ¿se me repitió el 9? ¿Por qué tengo dos 9? Ok, da igual. Algo ahorita que hice con la actualización. Pero acá estamos justamente por encima del promedio de las 9, del 34. ¿El 21 dónde está? Ah, no, este es el 21. Lo que pasa es que me lo cambió de color. EMA, Inputs 21. Sí, me lo cambió de color nada más. Por eso creí que el 9 estaba repetido. Pero no, ahí está. Estamos por arriba del 9 y el 21. Esto es bastante bueno, pero estamos siendo rechazados por el 55. Lo que pensamos es que probablemente el precio pueda pelear por acá, consolidar tantito, ir a buscar esta zona de los 24, 25 hasta los 30 y de ahí dar su continuación del movimiento original a la baja, porque esto se ve bajista de a madre. Lo único que estás viendo en temporalidad corta y creyendo que esto está subiendo es básicamente lo que pasó aquí arriba, que todo el mundo dijo, ya chingué, le piqué y al piso. Y hay un cierre de gap acá en los 28, para que lo anoten, en los 28.91, por lo que esa zona se me hace como un buen imán de precio, más o menos por acá, y es lo que vimos en diferentes temporalidades antes de poder continuar al nepe. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, Intel. What are we doing now, Farhan? Which one? I'm sorry, you're muted.
Yeah. AMD.
AMD. Sorry. I'll get that ready right now. I'll substitute NVIDIA's for AMD since it's the same shit.
Very nice coincidence to see AMD right after Intel.
By the way, I know. What do you guys think about the guy asking for $300,000? That was a pretty good idea. What was his idea? I'm sorry. In Spanish, I didn't understand it, but he was like, my idea is you and Hookah open a partnership and I go and make sure that everyone's there. Right? That's what he was saying for $300,000.
And he gets $300,000 for that.
That is pretty good, no?
Buddy's like, don't worry about it. I'm not going to steal your money. I'll go meet up with Hookah every day as if Hookah's time is free.
Yeah, no. I love it. That Hookah's already. He's, by the way, in his mind, he's already Hookah's boss, right?
God,
People,
are
God, I
retarded.
hate him.
They're so retarded.
It's incredible. By the way, I feel like just reality is just not connected with people. Like what you're doing is begging, like as if you were in a corner begging for money, but you're just asking for larger amounts. That you're still a beggar. You know what I mean?
For $300,000.
Imagine getting to a stop sign and the guy at the stop sign is like, "Hey guys, do you guys have $300,000? I'll go to your office and say hi to everyone." Like,
Shit,
what the
if
fuck?
that worked, I'd be begging on the street for $300,000.
Me too. But by the way, if anyone has $300,000 that you want to give us, we can be here like always. You know, we won't do anything for it, but we won't steal it.
I'll meet with you every day for $300,000.
Sorry, get at it,
Buddy,
son. Oh,
buddy goes, I know this is brazen, but I have my heart in my hand and all of my humility. Like, come on, dude. Come on.
I'm gonna send you the last one I got from this one too. If you enjoyed that one, that other one is pretty fucking crazy too. Ready, sir.
So on the quarterly, it's not looking the best as of this moment. We put in somewhat of what you can consider a cycle or macro top, and now we've broken back into the blue 38.2 zone. Every single time that we've done that before, we end up testing the bottom of the blue 38.2 zone. And as of right now, the bottom is significantly lower than price. It's sitting somewhere around like 74.92, which is almost a 50% drop from where we are right now. That is about 46 to 47% down from where we are right now.
Wow.
The HPDR momentum is starting to flip down on the quarterly, and volatility is starting to flip down too. And if we lose this median, then volatility is going to start flipping up, and that's going to support this move to the downside. That'll probably even take us below that 38.2% down to this 55 EMA, which is more than a 50% move down. That's like $65. Good Lord. That's going to be a massive drop. The jewel looks like it's about to start turning over. Going to reject getting into the bullish control zone, get kicked out, drop below this pink. It's looking like a potential very, very bearish setup. We still have 2 months left to go to confirm it, but as of right now, it's not looking good. The monthly is trying to flip up on the HBR momentum while volatility is flipped down, trying to hold this blue 38.2 zone. As of this moment, it looks like we're probably going to come back down to retest it, which is at about $132.76. And if we don't bounce there, that quarterly bearish idea is going to come into play, and then we're probably going to drop down to somewhere around $70 to $65.
If you don't get a bounce on 150?
If you don't get a bounce at 132.76.
Okay.
Weekly is breaking down. The momentum is entering very negative areas, about to enter the bearish control zone. Volatility is still kind of sideways, and the jewel is curving around, rejecting the bullish control zone. We're about to approach this bottom 38.2%, which is at 139.17. And if it doesn't hold at that area, this volatility is going to start flipping around. And then very likely we come down towards the 78.6, which is at 116.61, and probably lower to tap this 200. Probably get some type of local bottom here, bounce up here, retest this meme line, reject, and then end up going lower. 2-day momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipped up to support it. The jewel is entering the bearish control zone too. If we lose the 78.6, which is $140.66, very likely we're coming down towards this 90%, which is 130, 149. Probably a little bit of a bounce there, and then eventually towards 120s. Daily is bringing down, momentum is entering into the bearish control zone. Volatility supporting it, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish. The jewel is rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Very likely going to flip back into it. That takes us down all the way to the 120s, most likely. Let's check the RSI. Quarterly still has hidden bullish divergence in play. We've already hit all of our easy targets because we've closed above every single one of our EMAs. We've hit the moving average as well. So but it's not invalidated until we close below 160, 125 in the quarterly. We are currently significantly below that, but we still have 2 months to go. In 2 months, if we close here or anywhere below that number of 160, 161, 160, 125, as long as we close below that in 2 months, then it's going to confirm this as a local top, and then this divergence is going to be invalidated. We're getting momentum, volatility going to the upside as well, and now it's at the moving average, which it should bounce off of at this 9 EMA. Nothing on the monthly, weekly, nothing. Two-day has confirmed multiple drives of bearish divergence, 1, 2, 3 drives. We're at the easy target, which is the bearish control zone and the 200 SMA. But the next target after that is the bearish critical zone. And you guys remember that $65 to $70 number? The bearish critical zone is at very nice $69.33.
Oh, sweet.
And daily, nothing. So the higher time frames look pretty bullish, but the lower time frames are putting in bearish divergence, which is telling me that we're probably going to come back down. And the highest time frame, the quarterly, is looking also like we're going to end up coming back down into somewhere around that $70 zone. So it looks like this thing is in for a 40 to 50% dump from where we are right now. And the lower time frames, like the daily, is lining up with the quarterly for that same target of that $70 to $65 area.
Yeah, that would be a tremendous dump. Tremendous.
Yeah, something like AMD, that's pretty crazy because they're microchip manufacturer. So is that telling us something's going to go on?
NVIDIA. Oh, I hope not. That would be really annoying. And right now, okay, it's still dropping. Let me see what's next for us. So we had this, we had that, we had Rivan. I don't know if this is right or not. It's like VIX with a Y afterwards.
VIXy? Let me search that.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot.
VIXY.
And if not, we'll do the VIX.
ProShares Trust VIX Short-Term Futures ETF.
Oh, there you go. So it's a VIX ETF. Perfect.
Oh, this looks like dog shit.
Well, it's a VIX ETF. That's another thing that should not be analyzed. We'll look at it real quick, and if not, we'll look at the VIX because I feel like that's really what we should look at, not that. But or we can do both, whatever. I'll get to this. Okay, estamos viendo AMD. AMD, damas y caballeros, lo voy a poner en temporalidades altas para que lo puedan ver. Y rápidamente en temporalidad alta, discúlpenme, esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro en temporalidades más cortas con un objetivo que va a llegar acá a los 116, que también es buena confluencia, pero eso no está aquí, no está allá. No es lo que les estoy platicando en este momento. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo en AMD? Hemos estado viendo cómo logramos hacer tope el 24 de marzo, justamente en $227, si no estoy equivocado, es correcto. Perdón, estoy en la de 3 días. Un segundo. Ahí estamos en la trimestral. Ahí pueden ver el movimiento de AMD en la trimestral por completo. Hemos tenido, el movimiento a la alza, sin lugar a dudas. Pueden ver los altos más altos, ¿no? Altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Y cuando llegamos al tope de todo esto, fue justamente acá, en los $227. Desde entonces, hemos estado consolidando de lado, pero perdiendo niveles importantes. Sobre todo, a mí se me hace un nivel bastante importante, el de los $144, porque tiene confluencia justo con todas estas velas. Y cada que has estado abajo de él después de retomarlo, has llegado a esta zona de los $54. Y ahora mucha gente va a decir, güey, pero esto está cotizando en 142, ¿cómo va a caer eso? Quiero que sepan que si en la trimestral, y voy a aprender mis indicadores en este momento, en la trimestral no cerramos arriba de 161, que es básicamente aquí arriba, Si no cerramos acá, todavía faltan 2 meses para cerrar esta vela, pero si no cerramos ahí arriba, esta cosa va a continuar para abajo de acuerdo a todo el momentum y volatilidad y la expansión de volatilidad que estamos viendo en diferentes temporalidades. Ahora los voy a llevar rápidamente a la semanal para que puedan ver también dónde estamos parados ahorita. Un segundo. Vale, es esta estructura. En la semanal venimos de acá abajo, el bombazo, y hemos visto cómo perdimos todos nuestros promedios que se encuentran justamente en esta zona, pero después también fuimos a perder el 55, que era un poco nuestro soporte también con esta línea, y vamos a buscar el 100. El promedio de la 100 está justamente en este momento en 135.59. ¿Qué es lo que creemos que esté pasando con AMD? Estamos creando este alto, un mínimo, un alto más bajo, y ahora deberíamos de poder barrer sin lugar a dudas este 122. De barrer el 122, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 116, y aquí puedes ver que hay confluencia con el es el del 200, el que me cambió también el color. Hijo de... No lo vuelvo a actualizar, brother. Qué asco. Ahí está. Y lo voy a hacer un poco más grueso, que casi nunca se ve el 200. Ahí está. Vamos a ir a buscar el promedio de las 200, que se encuentra acá en los 116. Cuando nos acercamos un poco más a la diaria, podemos ver justamente esta formación. Puedes ver dónde perdiste todos tus promedios después de un gran rechazo del 200. Esto nos pone todavía en modo aún más bajista. Podemos ver esto y decir, uff, no pinta bien la cosa. Y acá es justamente lo que le quería enseñar. Aquí hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro y luego, ¡pum!, la caída. Y aquí tienes el breakdown de esto. La confirmación sería esta vela básicamente en la diaria, porque una vez que caíste de esta y tienes un cierre abajo de 143, probablemente esto vaya a dar continuación al movimiento y vayamos a ver más consolidación o caída por acá para que el precio siga y continúe acá. Lo que nosotros creemos, basado en altas temporalidades, bajas temporalidades, es que AMD va a continuar una corrección potente que probablemente lleve el precio a mínimo la zona de los 112, o hay una gran posibilidad de ir a visitar la zona de hasta acá abajo, la de los 108, o se los juro por mi vida, hasta los 80 y tantos por aquí abajo. Esto es lo que nos está diciendo por ahora AMD en altas temporalidades. No se ve bien la cosa, en bajas temporalidades tampoco. Así que pendientes, tienes que tener un cierre en 2 meses de esta vela trimestral, arriba el 162, 161.20. Pero ahora sí que anótalo, carnal, ¿no? ¿En qué temporalidad era? En la trimestral. Tienes que tener un cierre arriba de los 162 por acá. Si no lo logras, esto va a continuar el movimiento para abajo y nos vemos ahí abajo junto con Intel. All right, Alex, what do you got? Rivan? Hang on, you're muted. Did I lose my sound? Oh, wait.
Yeah, backstage.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay,
No,
cool.
my bad.
So here's Rivian. We've been watching this for a while. You know, we essentially are getting exactly what bulls want, which is just consolidation right above $10. I do think this is bullish consolidation, and I do want to start seeing, you know, them move up soon. This is still a scenario that I think will play out where, you know, once we get back above that daily EMA 34, I do think we'll be able to get almost like a free move back to that $12, if not all the way to $12.21. You know, the nice part about this is this consolidation has driven that daily SMA 200 along with that EMA 100 right around the meme line. So it's easy for us now to understand this is pretty strong resistance. And if we start reclaiming this level, this will be pretty strong of a reclaim. You know, 1 or 2, 3 daily candle closures, preferably 3, would then start really, it'd start looking on Rivian as if we're going to go to 1370, which would be a pretty massive move even from here. I'm still in the camp though. We'll easily get a move back to $12, and then there we'll probably see some kind of rejection. You know, this chart was very sold down, and we know, you know, that weekly 9 has been steady resistance. We basically rallied up to it and rejected it. Now we're getting a new weekly open. This is closing today. We want to see where this 9 actually goes to, because we start getting back above, and I do think we can easily wick back above it, hit the 21, and then end up closing below it again. Because what that would do is take all the stops that people have above, probably this last wick high rejection, and then, even taking the stops out from here. And then this would put in also a weekly bearish retest. From this pretty big level, we're at $12.28. We actually haven't seen it flipped into resistance yet. It's just kind of looming while the daily is giving us a massive volatility setup. Keep in mind, this setup fired off right around here when we rejected that daily EMA 100, an area, I talked about as massive resistance, till proven otherwise, especially when it corresponded with the mean line. We rejected it and then came all the way down. That gave us a 27% move. So, we're getting way, way, way more zero volatility days now, while basing at, $10. We know this zone is basically the area where Rivan does like to move pretty sharply up. So that is kind of what I'm still viewing. I know the Academy, we're still waiting for a long to fire off, because I do think we can easily potentially, and this is all just a thesis or a scenario, but I do think we can actually come a little more down and actually hit the median. I think when viewing Rivian on like a 2-day, it becomes kind of clear what I'm saying. I would like for us to kind of run the stops here one more time. It makes sense to run the low, actually come down to the 2-day median, and then find a bounce from there after taking all the stops. Because I can imagine people are trying to long and have their stop right around that wick low. So it makes sense to kind of run that and then quickly get bought up before we break out, simply because, the markets don't like to make it super easy for us. So that's why I'm still patiently waiting for my long bid to basically get filled. And, the risk to reward there is pretty good. So we're still patiently waiting for that, and it's still valid. Especially when we're just getting volatility setups now on the 2-day. I'm curious, the 3-day, no, but the 2-day is, while the 5-day is, it's looking okay. We'll see where this closes. We could easily start seeing expansion from here on this 5-day. And for me, if we start breaking, let's say $11.10, $11.12 is the wick high, I do think then we potentially will then start reclaiming the weekly 9, or even wicking above it into next week. And then I'll be more eyes on the $12.30. For me, though, it's always easier to long the extremity. So I'm just patiently waiting for maybe a run at these stops before getting long. And then, all eyes at the $12.30, $12.20. But if we miss it, that's okay. And I'll know on a daily closure if my long scenario is going to be invalidated. And that's simply if we start reclaiming that EMA 34 on the daily. That's basically been a pretty big point on Rivian, where it likes to reject. That's right around $11 too. So it's a nice psychological number. And, viewing that in correlation to kind of where the weekly 9 sits, along with also just right where that 2-day EMA 21 is, there's nice resistance right around $11 to $11.20. That weekly 9, remember, sits at $11.20. And so, right, if we either reclaim or wick above it, then all eyes on the 21. I do think that's going to probably reject us. And something Alejandro's noted is, even on the biggest of moves down, we still get these big pumps up. Big move down, big squeeze up, and then they just kind of fizzle out. Even here, where we massively came down and then pumped all the way back up, unable to break this high on a wick basis, and then just rolled over. And so for me, as long as we're still keeping the downtrend, which, I'm watching essentially this $15 wick high here to not get broken. If we start breaking this at 1476, it's going to excel us up. And then I do think the full-on trend shifts once we start reclaiming this green line right at $15.32. But until then, and when the chart looks like this on a quarterly, you really have to be cautious of the fact that we could just, the trend is still down, and this wick here that we made could definitely get run. And that's why this $10 is super important. We don't want the lower to mid time frames like the daily and the 12-hour and the weekly to start losing that $10 zone, because then it could just bleed into a bad quarterly where we start filling this wick. And then if we start testing that $8, it's, I do think then we're just going to make a new macro lower low, and this chart will basically look dead. But there is still some hopium. We just kind of want to see a bounce from here. This would be a perfect spot for bears to get ultra bearish, trying to get that $8 to maybe $9 TP, while we just kind of grind in a bottom here without fully breaking down, but we're not breaking out. We're just literally consolidating a scenario we talked about weeks ago where, this would be the bullish scenario. And that is exactly what we got with the daily and the week 2-day now giving us a volatility setup. It's just a matter of time. Again, I'll confirm once we reclaim that EMA 34 on a daily, then I do think we'll push up quickly to $12.30. For now, I'm in wait zone. The Academy and me are just waiting to trigger our long. And if it doesn't trigger, that's okay. All eyes on this $12.30 rejection. Pretty massive area for Rivan overall. And we know that was a major breakdown point before coming all the way down. So I don't think we'll just go up only. I think, even from this point, though, we end up bouncing from the wick low to, where I'm saying that's still an impressive 22%. With the way daily volatility is, we definitely could keep going higher, but it would just be irresponsible to, call for 14 or even $13.70 with this major resistance and cluster all around the weekly. So all eyes on this. I'm still patiently waiting for BVWP to start actually expanding, which will be confirmed about 15%. And it is welcoming, like I said, to see the 2-day now, giving us the same setup, basically that fired off when we got this major breakdown. So looking constructive, looking not too bad. And we can see each wick low too hasn't broken the last one. This one didn't break. This one didn't break this one, and now this one hasn't broken this one. It's just the tiny things in structure where, bulls will just very slowly try to grind out a move up. So I really want to start seeing some expansion here soon, though.
Perfecto, señor. And awesome. Next one for you, SMLR. SMLR.
Okay.
Thank you. Vale, pues estamos viendo Rivan en la trimestral y solamente quiero ponerlo como contexto para que puedan darse cuenta. Esto sigue en una tendencia bajista de no mames. Venimos de esos máximos de cuando fue el IPO. Vean esto, en los $179. Imagínate haber comprado esto y holdeado con cojones en los 179. Uf. Pero algún día estoy seguro que el universo les pagará de vuelta. Se los digo, no sé que suena muy pendejo, pero se los digo en serio. Ok, y por ahora seguimos y continuamos esta tendencia bajista, que pueden ver que estamos rompiendo, intentamos romper, hicimos este fake out, luego volvimos a regresar y una vez más estamos acá bajando. Ok, eso es la trimestral, el promedio de las 9 está bastante alto. Rivan está cotizando en $10.29 para que sepan esto. Vale, vamos rápidamente a la mensual. En la mensual es un poco la misma historia. Podemos ver que el promedio de las 9 está en los 12.56 y en la mensual sí nos gusta ir a revisitar, tocar y jugar con el promedio de las 9, además de que también tenemos confluencia con nuestra línea de 12 y justamente esta línea donde nos puede intentar hacer otro breakout a la alza que sea de mentiras. Vale. Y cuando volteamos a ver volatilidad, literalmente nos dice que vamos de lado, carnal, en la mensual. En la semanal nos empieza a contar una historia interesante. Pueden ver que yo tengo acá, bueno, esto fue mi breakdown. Esto yo sabía que iba a caer una vez que se rompió acá. Y de acá, ¿qué es lo que tengo? Tengo esta línea alcista, porque es una línea de tendencia que ha respetado el precio de Rivan bastante bien. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando en este momento? Estamos buscando una consolidación justamente para poder continuar bajando todos nuestros promedios y poder tomarlos y continuar a la alza. Pero también existe el riesgo de que caigamos. ¿Dónde está el riesgo? Sencillo, justamente en esta zona, en la zona de los 9.82. ¿Por qué? Porque es el mínimo que habíamos tocado antes acá. Hay mucha gente está entrando con un long poniendo que su liquidación van a ser 9.82. Porque es la cosa sensata que cualquier trader que sabe lo que está haciendo haría. Entonces, para mí, en realidad, el problema o el beneficio de Rivian está bastante claro. Abajo de 9.80, esto muy probablemente vaya a darse una vuelta a los 8.28 y de ahí no te puedo decir porque voy a empezar solamente por acá. Pero por ahora lo que nosotros estamos esperando y estamos viendo, sobre todo viendo en temporalidades como la de 2 días, que se me hace mejor que la de un día. En la de 2 días podemos ver, estamos por debajo de absolutamente todos los promedios que te imagines. Un segundito. Estamos por debajo de todos los promedios que te imagines. Ya intentamos hacer un breakout del promedio del 9 y no nos salió y fuimos rechazados ahorita en este momento. Pero lo que nosotros creemos es que está todo esto consolidando. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar el gráfico de un día para que lo vean en temporalidad más corta. Vamos a consolidar por acá, montarnos encima de estos promedios e ir en un viaje mínimo a esta zona. Y ahora, ¿esto va a mandarnos otro velazo de rechazo por acá? No sabemos. Todavía no sabemos. No hay suficiente información en la tabla. Por ahora, mínimo lo que está haciendo esta consolidación es darle a la gente una idea de que, güey, este es el fondo y vamos para arriba, o esto es simplemente consolidación en una bandera bajista y vamos para abajo. Lo que nosotros esperamos es lo que Rivian siempre hace. Estos movimientos donde te da un madrazo para arriba y continúa para abajo y después te da el más grande para arriba y luego tal vez continúe para abajo, tal vez ya no, tal vez el fondo fue este. Pero por ahora, lo que nosotros estamos buscando es no romper los 9.80, 9.80 para abajo se ve negativo y para arriba, me pongo la diaria, para arriba puedes ver que queremos retomar el promedio de las 9. Importante, porque acá ya nos rechazó, fuimos hasta el 34 y tuvimos ese rechazo, pero regresamos acá y nos aguantó el soporte en los $10 con 4 centavos y estamos aquí arriba. Yo diría que un cierre abajo del promedio de las 9 para esta diaria no sería tan bueno y vamos a ver dónde nos ponen la semanal tampoco. Lo que queremos hacer es seguir consolidando si somos alcistas en Rivian, que ya saben que el tío Salo lo es. Bueno, quiero mucho a la compañía y el lunes me dan mi nueva Rivian, bueno, la de mi mujer. Lo que estamos buscando es que consolide esto por acá, que los promedios caigan por abajo y el precio se pueda apoyar y por fin romper esta línea. Creemos que nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los $12. Eso lo vemos sin problema. ¿Cuál sería tu trigger de long? Pues simplemente tener 2 cierres diarios encima, 2 o 3, depende de qué uses. Alex usa 3, yo uso 2. Y eso te haría un movimiento de 16% para arriba. O sea, mínimo, que es bastante bueno. Y ya de ahí te puedes hacer bolas. Eso es a los $12. Pero Rivian tradeando como siempre, haciendo las mismas mamadas que siempre, aunque está creando estructura. Puedes ver cómo en temporalidades cortas como la diaria tienes este alto, tienes un alto más alto, tienes un mínimo más alto y un mínimo aún más alto. Así que aquí si estás creando estructura alcista, ¿será así de fácil? Tienes que esperarte a ver lo de los promedios. Estén atentos porque Alex está pasando las señales de Rivian. Tenemos las cortas y las largas en Discord o en nuestro servicio de alertas en elitetradingacademy.us, lo que están viendo en la página. Ok, who's next? Farhan's next. And what's next?
For Vixie.
Vixie. Sounds like if you're going to meet Vixie, she's like someone's girlfriend's friend that's a complete whore, and you're going to get drunk with Vixie. Doesn't it? Like,
or a stripper.
Yeah, everybody knows that Vixie likes to have a good time, and she'll fuck all of her boyfriend's friends.
The entire football team.
Oh, my God, absolutely. She's a whore.
Whore.
Nothing wrong with that, by the way. Nothing wrong with that. You're a whore. Awesome. Just saying.
We support whores here.
We support with everything we got. Every single whore on earth. Let's go.
Damn, Mariano Lopez
sorry.
is spamming the chat.
In what? Who?
This dude, Mariano Lopez, is spamming the chat.
Let me see. Oh, but like, I'm only looking at the chat on.
He said muy pendejo.
Who?
Mariano Lopez. It's Facebook chat.
It's on Facebook? Oh, it's okay.
I'm assuming that's a negative comment.
Yeah, for sure. Let him have fun. Let him have fun. Salúdenme a Emiliano, a los que están en el chat de Facebook, por favor, que trae buena energía. Okay, ready for you.
All right, so this thing basically goes down only. I've set it on the quarterly right now. Every single time it reclaims the blue 38.2 zone, it just makes another lower high and then continues to the downside. As of right now, it's reclaimed the blue 38.2 zone, so I guess we could see a move up to the 5 EMA around 17.49, and then, which is like, to be honest, it is a pretty sizable move. That's somewhere around 20% up from where we are right now. And the jewel is starting to flip around too on the in the bearish control zone, bearish critical zone. But every single time the jewel is flipped around on this thing, it just marked a lower high before we continue downward. Yeah, the monthly is giving the same idea of that continuing upwards for this lower, to make the next lower high, because it's reclaimed the 9 EMA. Now it's kind of bouncing right around it and facing it, and it's closed over this blue 38.2 zone. So every time we close over that blue 38.2 zone, like the last time, we went up towards this 95% area and the 100%. That would take us to a perfect retest of this 21 EMA, right around like, oh shit, I don't think it's going that high. But even if it does go that high, it would still just be another lower high on the downtrend. Where if it goes up to $29, that's more than a 100% move from here, and it would still be bearish and it would still be in a downtrend.
Wait, so I'm seeing it. You're getting 100%. I don't know how to describe it, but all these prices and all of these levels, you can tell that this is like, just by everything you're saying and showing me, that this is an ETF and not the actual asset. Should we look at the VIX?
I don't think you can do TA on the VIX though.
Why not? Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot, right?
Okay.
I want to see. I'm sorry if I'm.
So the 20, we do have a silver cross to the downside. The 21 has crossed below the 55 EMA, and we're over the, but we're about to invalidate it because we're above it healthily. We got 2 months to go until close, and we're tapping at the top of the blue 38.2, which is at 22.64. Our HPDR momentum is pointed towards the upside, and the volatility is pointed down, which is usually a corrective move in test of the median, which we've already got so far, and we're over the median by a good amount. The jewel is starting to flip around too, and is doing it within the bearish control zone. So this is the second time this, actually multiple times it's flipped around within the bearish control zone. So it's telling us that what's very likely to happen is that we're going to put in a lower high and then flip back over again, based off of what's happened every single time. But if we do flip around and we do confirm that light blue cyan, then it will probably break out of the bearish control zone and go towards the middle zone. That would coincide with this closing over the blue 38.2, and that would take us, usually we like to go to the 78.6 or sometimes to 95%, and that would take us 32.68, not 33.11, until somewhere around like 50.86, and that would fill out this wick that we got on the Japan news, where the carry trade was failing and the market had an entire nuke in like 1 day. Basically, it would fill out that wick.
We used to have good nukes. Now they last like 32 minutes.
Yeah, then they quickly get bought back up. As of this moment, we are still finding the top in this 78.6% area as resistance, and momentum is starting to flip down. Volatility is slipping down. The jewel is about to break out of the bearish control zone, though, and the pink is crossing above the yellow. So on this next monthly open in 28 days, 2 hours, it's most likely going to go above the bearish control zone, and these jewels pink is going to be above the yellow, which is usually a pretty decent buy signal. So if the VIX is going to go up, that means the S&P is probably going down.
Yeah, I mean, there needs to be one moment where everything goes to shit so they can print all the money that they're going to print. I feel like this is why we're seeing so much bullishness on longer term, and short term perhaps not that much on all charts.
On the weekly, we got a silver cross where the 21 has crossed over the 55, and we're well over this blue 38.2% zone. We're at 3 hours and 3.5 hours to go. When we close like this, we have volatility expanding too. We have momentum going up into the bullish control zone, probably going somewhere around that 95%, and that takes us just below 30 at 29.59. Jewel's giving a pretty healthy buy signal as well, exiting the bearish control zone. 2 day, the same thing where it's above this blue 38.2 zone. In 3.5 hours, it's gonna close. But this is sort of a little bit of a toppy candle. So what's probably gonna happen is if it closes like this, it comes back down to retest this 38.2 at 2107, and then probably from there it expands towards the upside, towards somewhere around that 26 to 29 number. The jewel is also starting to flip around as well, within after getting out of the bearish control zone, which then should be the technical target, should be the bullish control zone. Daily starting to flip around a little bit, putting it in a little bit of a local top. As if it closes like this, it's likely to come back down towards this top 38.2, which is just over 20 at like 2032. Momentum is flipping down, volatility is flipping down, and the jewel is just about to enter into the bullish control zone. So that would tell us that there would be a short-term correction, and then eventually it would take over to the upside. We have bullish divergence on the monthly. We've already hit the bullish control zone, but the next target after, and volatility is still expanding. It's only at 53%. So the next target after that is bullish critical zone. And that is 52.32. And that would be filling up this gap. I mean, this wick we made on that Japan news. Technically, what price is this low? This is 1244. Yep, we have higher lows from all of these closes right here, but we have a lower low on the RSI. So that's hidden bullish divergence between this point, this point, this point. That's about 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. Sheesh. That makes it very, very, very likely that this wick is going to fill out somewhere in the high 50s to low 60s. If you can do TA on the VIX, that's a big if.
I know that because it doesn't really work at all. But you can actually see when it's getting ready to like fucking spring out. You just never know when it'll do because it's like a one-day thing.
Yeah, because TA is usually based off of like human emotion. I don't know if you can really buy the VIX.
Yeah, by fear.
The weekly has no, it's invalidated. It had several drives of bearish divergence. Now it's made a higher low. So now that divergence is invalidated. 5 days, well, 3-day has confirmed 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Our first one has already been hit, which is the bullish control zone. So the next target is going to be the bullish critical zone, and that number is at 46.63. And we're at such low volatility that it's very doable. We're at 35.7%. 2-day, 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Our next target is the bullish critical zone. That number is 25.62. Daily, not much. So I'm seeing on the low time frames, the hidden bullish divergence, which takes us higher towards activating the divergences on the monthly and the quarterly. And those have us filling out that previous wick from the Japan trade somewhere around 60. So it looks like the VIX is really about to explode. And I don't know what's going to cause it, but if the TA works, it should go up massively.
Yeah. You know what? We'll fucking see what happens, dude. We'll fucking see what happens. It'll be a nice surprise to all of us. The one thing I'll say, we might not want to be holding a trade during maybe next week for the election. Like that's gonna.
It's not a smart idea to hold anything into the election. Not a smart idea.
Yeah. I would tell everyone, watch the fuck out, guys. Watch the fuck out.
And then 2 weeks after that, Fauci is going to come out and announce ass COVIDs.
We're going to get the vaccine now. This is going to be a safe vaccine for everybody. I don't know why he sounds like Trump too.
Or you're going to get ass COVID.
Oh, man, that'd be terrible. TOST.
TOST, tossed. Never heard of that before.
TOST, tossed. All righty. I want to do the VIX. Let's go. Vale. Había puesto el VIXI, pero la razón por la que no quiero hacer esto es porque cuando analizamos ETFs y estamos usando indicadores de momentum y volatilidad, un ETF va para abajo. A través del tiempo, no importa cuánto tiempo haya pasado, va para abajo. Esto es lo que les digo. Esto es el ETF. Y pueden ver, sigo yendo para arriba y sigo yendo para arriba y sigo yendo para arriba. Por lo que para mí, usar un ETF para hacer análisis técnico es uno de los peores errores del mundo. Si vas a hacer análisis técnico en un ETF, hazlo en el asset que representa. Y este asset representa el VIX, el índice de volatilidad en el mercado. ¿Ok? Aquí lo tienen. Pueden ver cómo normalmente acá va de lado, no va de hasta arriba, hasta abajo. Y esto nos deja ver con más transparencia. Nos deja analizar con menos ruido el precio, porque no tiene el favoritismo de que va a bajar a través del tiempo. Y también la idea de invertir en este tipo de ETFs o en el VIX es una inversión rápida. Entras, te sales, entras, te sales. No es algo que quieres holdear con cojones por no sé cuánto tiempo. Ok, vale. En la semanal, vamos a la semanal, vamos a reajustar la tabla. Podemos darnos cuenta que hemos literalmente estado en este rango y ya rompimos a la alza. Tuvimos este putazo hacia la alza en $65, que fue justo cuando hubo el Japan Carry Trade en reversa y eso nos hizo salir de esta zona. Una vez que salimos de esta zona, venimos, retesteamos como siempre retesteas un buen breakout. Luego nos dio un S&P a la baja que fue puro palo y de ahí se corrió para arriba. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que está haciendo que estamos notando en la semanal? Estamos creando mínimos más altos, lo podemos ver sencillamente acá. Obviamente no hemos creado un alto más alto, pero mínimo ahí tienes esto que está ocurriendo para que lo tengas en mente y lo anotes. ¿Qué estamos viendo en los promedios? Los promedios, tío, brutal, brutal. Tienes al 21 encima del 55. Eso es bastante bueno. Tienes al 9 también aquí abajo, al 200 aquí arriba, que es, vamos a ver si estamos haciendo un SFP o no, una desviación o no. Y tienes continuación del movimiento. Para mí, esta línea en 21-29 es bastante importante para el precio. Tener cierres arriba y poder llevarte este wick acá en los 23.70 va a ser bastante bueno para el VIX. En la tabla diaria pueden ver un poco de lo mismo. Me voy a echar un poco para atrás para que puedan ver esto tal cual. Este es el madrazo de Japón. Y ahora vamos para arriba, para arriba, para arriba, baseando en el promedio de los 200. Y vean, estás creando en la diaria altos más altos con bajos más altos. Esto, cuando el VIX sube, el mercado cae potentemente. Nuestro siguiente objetivo en el VIX son los 25, pero definitivamente en altas temporalidades tiene cara de que vamos a ir a buscar a pelear este alto. A ver si lo podemos romper en los 65.55. Por lo que comprar ese ETF se ve bien, pero lo tienes que comprar justo cuando vaya a hacer el breakout y cuando lo haga, venderlo instantáneamente. Pero eso es lo que está pasando con el VIX. Ahí lo tienen tal cual, analizando no VIXI, pero VIX como tal. All right. Alex, what do you got there?
Nice. So SMLR, doing the 2-month, because we just basically, I think, got a 2-month closing yesterday, I believe. At least crypto did. We see here the 2-month here is unable to reclaim the 9. And unfortunately now it's basically matching up right with resistance that I have at $32.59. So this is telling me that basically SMLR is basically rallied straight to resistance essentially. And I think it's more evident here on the monthly too. We basically have been rejecting the 21 for since March, and we are almost to it now. It's at $33.91. The hopium is this month actually opened above the median, the monthly median. So we'd want that to keep holding. That's at $28. So I'd be watching that, and also possibly the EMA 9 for this month to get reclaimed. That is closing in 28 days. So with us at 2-month resistance approaching the 21 on the monthly, we really have to be mindful of that. But it is nice to see the median reclaimed. But the monthly is still on a steady downtrend. And this is kind of the area as well where bears would want to reject us to form another lower high. We have been bouncing pretty nicely on this $22.91 region for a while, basically since we dumped in it in February, so the beginning of the year. And we've been grinding on it all month, and we're now back to it. Bulls are going to try to form some kind of double bottom here, while bears are going to try to push us down right here at resistance. If you're bearish, you basically want to see 34 to $33.90 rejected. And then you are looking to see at least this wick high here at $36.98. That's kind of where I take the stop loss, because obviously having it up here is kind of high. If we end up breaking this rejection high, I do think we can easily go back up to, that 38 to maybe $40, nice psychological number. But this is the zone where bears are going to want to push us down. And that'll kind of solidify the next lower high, leading to a lower low, which I do believe will most likely form when we do end up breaking this massive support that we've been holding for basically all year now. So $22.91 is going to be a major area for SMLR for bulls to hold. When reviewing the 5-day, it kind of ties into what we see with the 2-month and the monthly. That 5-day EMA 100 is pretty strong resistance. We see that's basically where the whole rally stopped once we did get a nice bounce from that $22 zone. We reclaimed it, but then the next 5-day we deviated it and rejected it here. So this is telling me that this is going to be a pretty massive area corresponding with the mean line. It can make a nice trade because you know where you're wrong and you also know where you're right. If we start reclaiming the mean line while also reclaiming the 5-day EMA 100, that has implications for the monthly, actually reclaiming the 21 this month, which has been a major rejection point. And even from that point, if we end up reclaiming this, going to the 34 is still a nice 13.7% move. So just being patient here could pay off. The 3-day is interesting because we see, we have this massive gap here still looming. And this is a good example on why gaps don't need to immediately be filled once they're made. I'm sure Wong's right here thought we were going to fill this gap, and that just ended up being a trap before we made new lows. And so that is looming. It is nice to see that this SMA 200 on the 3 days come all the way down to match price. We're now we got the last 3 day above the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. We just see again this meme line. That's kind of the only thing that was stopping price, in my opinion, breaking out. But it is very welcoming to see that. So we just want to keep holding that. If we start getting 3-day closures back under this EMA 100, then we have to start looking at potentially $27.74 to actually get run, lining up nicely with that EMA 9 and the 21. Curious to see how the 55 looks with the sales.
We have a scam in the comments.
We have a scam in the comments?
Somebody posted a scam link.
Got it. I'll ban them. Thank you. Done.
Yeah, good catch. So when I'm seeing the 3-day looking like this, it's looking quite primed to move up. But we don't want to front run anything. This is kind of where being impatient you lose you money, because if you start front running this $32.59 reclaim, what if we just end up rejecting, deviating the EMA 100, and you kind of just long the resistance? That's why the safer play is, again, just waiting for a reclaim, because then that'll start bleeding into the weekly, the 5-day, and then hopefully the monthly. And then if the monthly can reclaim the 21, then even the 34 at this point, then yeah, $40 would probably be the next level. So it is looking constructive. The monthly did reclaim the median. The 3-day now, it has reclaimed this SMA 200, which is a pretty big level. We just want to keep seeing that hold, because when we start losing it, that's when we start to be cautious, and then losing it again here caused a breakdown. So we just want to keep seeing that hold, and by the next 3-day closure, ideally close above $32.59. Let's see the 2-day. Yeah, the 2-day looks just like the 3-day. Looking good. It's holding where it needs to. Front running the 2-day 9, and I'm liking the 2-day EMA 9 crossing the 21. Again, just even a daily closure back above $32.59 could give us at least a nice move up. And it's just a matter of watching the back tests, right? Because many people, when we maybe get a closure and then we move up, they start getting FOMO, and I'm all about longing the move here because this is where the real strength can happen before we actually break out, giving me a very high confident long with a very obvious stop loss. When you start longing up here and here, even coming down to get a bullish retest, we start losing that, you're long from like $38 to $37. You have to take a bigger loss than just had you just long the extremity. Oh, we just got a daily closure back under it. Okay, cool. I'm going to cut the trade. So as long as, we're basically hovering against resistance right now, there's no long. It's just more a matter of being patient, watching the correlation with this SMA 200 right around that $32.59, and viewing the daily pressing on the SMA 200 just tells me kind of like what I've been saying, where this is the spot where bears want to start actually taking us down. And then this will just be another monthly lower high. And then all eyes on 2291 actually breaking. I'm just real curious to see how the 4-hour looks. We can just see how this resistance has been keeping us down. It is nice to see that the 4 hours potentially going to reclaim the 9. So that just can give bulls a leg up for maybe breaking this or even closing a daily back above it. So that's all I see with SMLR. I've never viewed this chart. It's looking constructive. Just be mindful that the trend is still down. We're at a rejection area where bears want to start pushing this down. I wouldn't be longing it, and I'd really be very cautious at a rejection here, and at least start longing or thinking about it when we actually get closures back above 32.59. I wouldn't be front running that now because, in my experience, I've done that before, and then the trade just starts rolling over, like I said, and you're just caught holding a trade at resistance, feeling dumb, saying, "Oh, I should have just waited." So patience will pay for this chart. Bears kind of want to get control.
Nice. All right, for you to finish, Alex, is the last thing on the live classes chat. ETH.
Okay.
As my guy is asking, hey, what's going on with that little bitch ETH?
Same thing that's always been going on, sir.
Let's get it. Ok, estamos viendo SMLR, esto es SMLR Scientific. Estamos viéndolo en un gráfico de 5 días. Lo habíamos analizado antes en el canal, no sé si lo habíamos hecho con Alex y con Farhan, pero lo habíamos hecho antes en el canal. Esto había llegado a un máximo histórico de 152 y ahorita está cotizando en 31.51. El máximo lo hizo obviamente en noviembre del 2021. Desde entonces está en una tendencia bajista, creó el mínimo más bajo acá en marzo del 2023 y desde entonces ha estado formando bajos más altos. Pero, como siempre, nos está jugando creó un alto más bajo y ahora estamos en la pregunta, ¿qué va a pasar? En mi opinión, la mejor tabla que te enseña qué va a pasar es esta, la de 5 días. Y la razón por qué es sencilla. Puedes ver cómo estás por encima de todos los promedios acá y lo único que te está deteniendo es esta línea meme de resistencia que hemos visto que funciona como resistencia. ¿Ok? Y acá tienes el promedio de la 100 que ya lo fuimos a romper una vez, fue una desviación. A romper otra vez, una desviación corta. Pero cada que estás empujando en contra de algo más y más y más y más, eso empieza a sonar bien porque se va a romper la resistencia y puede que se convierta en soporte. Eres alcista en SMLR, lo único que tienes que hacer es aguantar y tener cierres arriba de este wick, de los 29.47. Lo que yo diría personalmente, hablando acá, bueno, no, en realidad tomado de lo que está diciendo Alex, es tener cierres arriba de esta línea. Teniendo 2, 3 cierres arriba de esta línea, puedes empezar a decir, ok, esto se va a empezar a ver bien y vamos a empezar a subir. La cosa es, cuando tengas esos cierres, mucha gente se emociona cuando el precio sube instantáneamente y vas a comprar o acá o acá. Y eso es un error. Normalmente cuando rompes un nivel importante, y pueden ver lo importante del nivel, voy a una vez más quitar los promedios para que vean cómo es importante este nivel para el precio. Una vez que rompes el nivel importante, el precio va a hacer esto, romper. Normalmente viene a retestear una vez más esta zona. Aquí es donde quieres comprar el retesteo y después irte al cielo en vez de esperarte a ver. Si eres bajista en SMLR, Podrías hacer un corto empezándolo acá y que tu invalidación sea o esta línea meme o acá, o también lo puedes empezar acá y que tu invalidación sea los 45. Personalmente, viendo en diferentes temporalidades, sobre todo porque ya estamos en 5 días y están viendo esto, en la diaria estás a punto de romper a la alza en contra de tu resistencia, el del promedio de los 200. Tienes un cruce plateado aquí abajo, fresco, 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 y lo que quieres es poder tener un cierre arriba de los 31.53. Si puedes cerrar arriba de los 31.53 es esperar este movimiento por encima de la línea meme de 32.29 y de ahí ir a buscar ese movimiento a los $40. Paso a paso, uno por uno, te lo va a ir dando y la volatilidad nos va a ayudar una vez que se logre. Y pueden verlo como en el de 2 días ya estamos por encima de. Así que lo único que tenemos que hacer es en la diaria tener ese cierre por encima del 31.53, faltan 2 horas 30 minutos y estamos a 2 centavos y empezar a tener cierres arriba de esta línea meme y poder romper este 32.60 a la alza, 32.74 a la alza y en el no en el rechazo, en el retesteo de esta línea, entrar en long si es que todas estas cosas se dan. Si simplemente el precio se voltea y empiezas a caer de lo que habíamos dicho de la vela aquí en los 39, 29, 54, pues no se vería tan alcista y probablemente nos vaya a dar otro mínimo. Pero por ahora se ve bastante bien, honestamente, esto y tiene cara y pinta más alcista que bajista. Alrighty, which one are we doing now? TOS.
Toast.
Tostadas. Banners.
Those are like fried tortillas, right?
Tostadas? Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are literally fried tortillas, not like that fucking delicious, son.
Yeah, I like to make my own chips like that, right? I don't like to buy the tortilla chips. Just buy some tortillas and deep fry them.
And just really go fucking ham. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't fucking people.
But whenever you eat those chips, you don't realize that in just one sitting, you just ate like 7 or 8 tortillas.
Oh yeah. And you destroyed your that happened to me last night. I ate quite a bit of those, sadly. But either way, I'm not here to tell you my pains. Let's get this.
On the start of the quarterly. So on the quarterly, we're approaching very, very extreme levels here on the HPDR bands. We're about to hit the 100%. The 100% lines right up with this breakdown area, which is at 34.24, roughly 34.18. So it makes it very, very unlikely that we're going to blast right through this area. What's more probable is that this is going to mark our lower high before we end up rolling over. Or the other possibility is that we end up consolidating here, reject the first time, and then just go sideways while these ranges step up. And if that happens, then I can see us making a new high. But what's more likely is that either consolidates here before the ranges step up, or that it marks our current lower high, and then we end up rolling over and making another lower low below this low here. Our HPDR momentum is at currently extreme levels, while volatility is also very extreme levels on this move up. This tells us that very likely this move up is going to be over sometime soon, and we should get a mean reversion. And if we get a mean reversion, that's more like makes us more in the probabilities of us marking this as our next lower high before we roll over and make a new lower low. The monthly is still telling us that we're probably going to go a little bit higher because we just closed over this blue 38.2% zone, and the momentum is flipping up in the bullish control zone, and volatility is too. Volatility is only at 73%, so it's telling us that we can get a little bit of a move higher, probably towards somewhere around this 88.3, maybe this 95 to 100%, which is somewhere between $36 and like $41. Weekly is telling us that we're probably getting near a top or in a correction point because momentum is starting to flip down and volatility is flipping down. So we'd have to close below the 61.8%, and I'd be looking for sideways / down, which is $30.67. We're getting the opposite on the 2-day though. We're about to close over this 38.2% in the next 2.5 hours. If we close over the 50%, it's even higher probability that we go a little bit higher, which is at $30.91. Our momentum is about to break into the bullish control zone. Volatility is about to break above 50%. So that tells us that if we get a close over this 38.2, we're probably going to the 78.6. which right now is at around $33.11. Maybe the 88.3, which is right above $34. Daily as well as we're about to close over the 38.2%, and the momentum is going to break into the bullish control zone. Volatility is going to break above 50%, and the jewel is starting to flip around too, giving us this light blue cyan within the bullish control zone. So that's giving us very high probabilities of going towards that 88.3%, which is at that same just below $34 number. RSI. So the monthly does have confirmed bullish divergence. We've already hit the bullish control zone, so the next target is end volatility starting to contract. So it's telling us that this next target is very likely going to be a local or a macro top. And the bullish critical zone target number is at $39.55, right next to that $34 number we were looking at before.
No way. Sorry, on my chart, I have that as an important level, a little above, but that's interesting.
And the weekly has three confirmed drives of hidden bullish divergence, and we're getting volatility expansion from extreme lows. Volatility is only at 50%. So we can continue easily towards this bullish critical zone number. And right now, the bullish critical zone is at 43.50. Very likely this number goes down a little bit and probably goes to the mid-30s. 5-day confirmed three drives of hidden bullish divergence and volatility expansion. Volatility is at 35%. The bullish critical zone on the 5-day is at 35.32, right next to that $34. Three-day has confirmed regular bullish divergence at the bearish control zone, but we've already hit all of the easy targets. We're already within the bullish critical zone. 2-day has confirmed bearish divergence, but we've already hit the edge of the bullish control zone, and we've hit this 9 EMA. So we'd have to close above, what is this? $30.56, which we're already above, and then that bearish divergence will be invalidated, and we're going to mark a local bottom. And the daily has confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence holding the bullish control zone, and we have 2 periods of extreme low volatility. So we're very likely getting on the short terms a very explosive move to the upside. And this again tell us that the short term, if you can even call this a correction, is over, and that we're going to continue upwards. And our target would be off of that divergence to bullish critical zone, and that number is at 33.58, just below $34. So the low time frames and the very high time frames are telling me that we're probably going to continue upwards from here, and somewhere between $35 and $40 would be the technical target based off our bullish divergences and hidden bullish divergences.
Perfect, senor. Thank you so much. And you're basically done. Now we just need the ETH from Alex. So appreciate you.
Nice.
Alrighty. Vámonos rápidamente a ver Toast. Toast, ¿qué chingados es Toast? Technology Service, Package Software. Vale, perfecto. Lo que hemos estado viendo y les voy a enseñar, me encanta este gráfico de 2 semanas, se me hace el mejor representante de todo esto, pero quiero que vean esto. Son velas de 6 meses. Esto está en un máximo histórico de 69, nice, y hemos llegado a un mínimo de 11.89. Vale. Ahora nos vamos a acercar en la trimestral. La trimestral estamos por encima de la 9, bien, pero en la trimestral estamos básicamente agotados en este movimiento. Este movimiento nos enseña en el HPDR de Farhan que estamos literalmente en la zona de los 95, casi 100%, lo que nos dice que ya no puede haber tanto movimiento y tanta extensión de este movimiento en largas temporalidades. Nos acercamos un poco más y mientras más nos acercamos a temporalidades cortas, de un mes, 2 semanas a diaria, se vuelve mucho más alcista porque todavía tiene más camino para correr. Y esto no está diciendo que ya vayamos a topar aquí y se acabe. Lo que va a decir es que probablemente vayamos a ver un periodo de consolidación potente después de lo que se está a punto de dar en el setup que estamos a punto de ver, que estoy a punto de darles. Pueden ver que hemos estado haciendo altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, lo que está haciendo a muchas personas pensar que esto es alcista, sobre todo cuando ves que estas son velas mensuales, ¿no? Tiene bastante sentido también. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más y poner la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas, en mi opinión, es la mejor versión de ver. Literalmente lo único que tienes que tener es esta línea que tienes en 13.53. 13.53 es un nivel bastante importante para el precio. Cerrando por encima de 30.53, esto va a dar continuación al movimiento. Y déjenme ver una cosa rápido. Esto va a dar continuación al movimiento. Pueden ver que la volatilidad empieza a expandirse. Está en 29.63%. Tiene bastante camino para correr. Y este es un gráfico de 2 semanas. En la semanal está expandiéndose. Pueden ver que está corriendo junto con el precio. Apenas está en 50% y le gusta topar por ahí del 82%. Un segundo, voy a toser. Ok. En setups más cortos, vamos a hacer uno de 2 días para que lo puedan ver. Estamos viendo que la volatilidad apenas está en 9% y a punto de expandir. Y en la diaria podemos ver que venimos de periodos de no volatilidad, por lo que nos está diciendo que va a venir un movimiento violento en esto. Ahora, eliminando la volatilidad de todo y todas estas cosas complejas, bastante sencillo. 1. No quieres perder el 28.85, que es este wick de acá, en la diaria. Cualquier cosa por acá vas a empezar a buscar nuevos mínimos. Tu siguiente objetivo van a ser por acá los 27.69 y de ahí esto. No se vería muy bien, pero no nos mataría, pero no pensamos que se vaya a dar. Hay más probabilidad de que el movimiento continúe simplemente por las divergencias ocultas alcistas que hay en cortas temporalidades que se están dando y están jugando. Lo que pensamos es que literalmente... ¿Dónde lo tenemos? ¿En la de 2 semanas? 1, 2 weeks. ¿Dónde lo tenemos? Es en la mensual. No. De todas maneras, da igual. A lo que les quería enseñar, la referencia. Viene de por acá. Lo que esperamos nosotros es simplemente esto. Que a lo que favorecen las probabilidades de acuerdo a lo que nosotros usamos como método es esto, que el precio vaya a ser esto y continuar a la alza y probablemente agotarse por acá. Y acá tenemos que checar dónde estamos para ver si vamos a bajar o si va a haber continuación del movimiento, simplemente por lo sobreextendido que está en altas temporalidades. De nuevo, eres alcista, mantén esta línea en 30.53, siempre y cuando esta línea la respete y continúe el movimiento, nada de qué preocuparse. Definitivamente no quieres perder el promedio de tus 9 en la mensual, pero menos no quieres perder en temporalidades más cortas estos nuevos altos que estás creando por acá, porque eso te diría que va a tomar más tiempo, va a consolidar más por acá el precio antes de dar continuación, pero por ahora vemos continuación y continuación quiere decir que para acá. Así que atentos con este nivel del 30.53, muy, muy importante para Toast. Y vamos a cerrar con Ethereum.
Nice.
And I got the ticker.
Yeah, nice. It's pretty basic for me. I mean, we were talking about that daily EMA 100 lining up right around with that daily median. The daily median's now gone down nicely, but also the 50% is still there. So it's still valid resistance for me. And it makes a lot of sense. Once that daily EMA 100 gets reclaimed on ETH, I do think we're going to have a nice move up to the $2,950 zone. But until then, now, we are now just barely hanging on to the daily median. It's currently at 2,452. So you would want daily closures back above that level. You're not really getting any volatility setups here. It's just kind of, basing after expanding. We basically went down to 2290. So yeah, we're not really getting anything on there. And I want to see where this daily closes because we really want the median to hold, but then also this $2,520 level. It's a pretty big level for ETH. If we end up closing a daily like this below it, I'll be more convinced we're going to actually test the bottom of this channel again, right at 2,416. And then there will be a pretty big determination if ETH is going to bounce or break down. Seeing ETH BTC break down, especially closing a 5-day under this pretty important meme line, tells me that ETH can definitely come down, especially if this doesn't quickly get reclaimed. I'm curious how the HBDR looks on it. We are at the bounce zone now, so you would expect ETH BTC to catch some kind of bid here, and ideally it would reclaim this 0.03666 level. which is going to be pretty important to reclaim. We end up reclaiming this, and I do think ETH can have a bigger bounce, but we just have to be on the side of caution because, you know, we're just kind of in no man's land, and it can go either way, especially when viewing this 5-day. You know, the 5-day median now is matched up nicely with that $2,520 level. So we're really going to want to see where this 5-day comes in. Ideally, it keeps holding, and it just closes above the median. But for now, I am more in the camp that ETH can come down, you know, especially if today closes under 2,520. And then all eyes on this $2,400 zone. If this doesn't hold, then I do think we're going to see 2,300, which will be pretty important for ETH to hold. We just know if I take the HBDR off, because it can be kind of hard to see sometimes. You know, we know big moves occur from that $2,300 level. You know, we can, these dumps here don't seem like a lot, but you know, from that level to the wick low, it was, you know, 22%, like 20% moves come from this level up and down. You know, and this level here also was a major level before we consolidated and broke out on ETH. So it's still, we easily can chop. We easily can still come like down to here, come all the way back up right before the end. This channel here is going to probably end right around the middle of November. For me, I'm not longing ETH in this chop zone. I want a scenario where we start reclaiming that EMA 100. Then I can take an easy long to here. But until then, and until we're rejecting it also, I'm not seeing a long on ETH. It's just more of a waiting game. Seeing how the weekly, let me see real quick, seeing how the weekly closed, it is still the hopium that we are holding that weekly EMA 100. So, you know, we can wick below it, of course, but we just want to keep seeing this held, because even on this breakout above it, we held the back test. This should be valid support. And yeah, that just kind of hinges on obviously the weekly closing in 2 days. But as long as we're still above it, I'm going to be looking at that as the first major good sign on ETH. And then obviously once the weekly reclaims the EMA 9, which would mean it broke out from this channel and maybe even like back tested it or just reclaimed the channel, we'd expect that to hold then, which lines up with the weekly 9. You know, on ETH though, we'll know, in my opinion, if this is going to break down a lot bigger based on, what was it? It was maybe the 3-day. Yeah, based on the 3-day. The 3-day is pretty nice to me because it's lining up nicely with the support that we're finding here, which is pretty massive support on ETH through and through. You know, we really haven't been below it for many times, and so this is a pretty crucial area for ETH. We're basically grinding at the bottom of the channel, and what's been propping ETH is this 3-day SMA 200. If this 3-day SMA 200 starts to get lost, I'm going to be looking at that as a major sign that we're probably going to break down on ETH, and probably we're going to see that $2,300 level minimally get hit, if not a lot lower, to like $1,900. For me, if we get any 3-day closure under 2,390, 2,390 to 2,395, I'm going to be looking at that as a major red flag for ETH, because we should keep expecting this SMA 200 to hold if ETH is going to actually break out and give us a nice bullish move. I'm curious real quick to see how the 3-day looks. And yeah, you know, with the 50% coming either which way, it's either going to break out or break down. And if we break down to this 50%, we're already running this wick, this last wick low. Probably this is going to be the last area for bulls. You know, if we are already breaking down and we get a 3-day under that SMA 200, it's not going to be looking good. It probably means that we're going to be testing that $1,900 to $1,800 zone, which from if that's the case, from this point would be a 23% dump. So, you know, with ETH BTC breaking down, it is time to be slightly cautious of a big ETH dump. The question is, how big of a dump will that be? I do think we can easily go and test 2,410. From there, we hopefully will see a bounce. With ETH BTC though breaking down, I really want to see that get reclaimed. If this area right at 0.03666 starts to get reclaimed, then maybe ETH will actually start moving. Breakout confirmed once that EMA 100 on the daily is reclaimed. Pretty basic, pretty simple. Like usual, ETH's really not doing much.
Yeah, the last candle is just fucking horrendous in different time frames. just fucking absolutely horrendous. I hope Vitalik knows what he's doing. Because if not, I'm going to start telling. I don't understand. Why are people telling Elon Musk what to do on Twitter, but there's no one telling Vitalik what to do?
Who knows? Because the crypto bros look at him like a god. But you know, he has to buy his girl more Birkin bags. So he's got to sell.
I legitimately thought he was gay, but okay. That's nor here nor there. I know you didn't think that. I thought he was gay. Yeah, he has a bag and everything.
Would not surprise me. I was surprised he even had a girlfriend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like but maybe he likes getting pegged by hot, attractive women. I'm not saying
he does.
Girlfriend's attractive.
With that kind of money, the sky's the limit.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little pegging, guys. If you guys like to get pegged, we support you. Fuck, man. Let all women rail your ass. We love you. It doesn't matter here. We're here for trading. Anything else you guys want to add aside from that?
Nah, very smooth. See you guys on the Discord.
All right. See you guys soon. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Have a good weekend.
Vale, pues, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Ethereum. Para cerrar esto, fue el último request que nos pidieron en el chat y aquí lo tenemos para todos ustedes. Ethereum no se está viendo en lo mejor. Pueden ver que Ethereum no logró llegar a su alto histórico y por ende nos está dando vibras de que probablemente vaya a ser otro shitcoin que no lo vaya a lograr. Hemos estado cayendo desde acá y en comparación de Solana o de Bitcoin que han estado subiendo y alcanzando, bueno, Bitcoin nuevos máximos, Solana en camino a. Ethereum tiene cara que simplemente quiere caer, quiere volverse el nuevo Cardano para la gente virgen. Y lo vamos a respetar, ¿no? Lo vamos a respetar. Vean esta gran vela semanal horrenda, súper topera y justamente cuando se juntan estas líneas, a mí me encanta la confluencia de líneas de soporte y resistencia. Normalmente cuando llegas a una X hay movimientos de este estilo. Y sí pueden ver, ¿no? O sea, lo delgada que es la vela que están viendo. Ok, rápido, vamos a ver promedios. Hemos sido rechazados por el 34, 21, el 55, el 9 y nos está aguantando el 100. Definitivamente no queremos perder el promedio de la 100 en los 2,488. Yo creo que la mejor fotografía que te da Ethereum es en la de 3 días y en la de 3 días, sencillito, no quieres perder los 2,420. Básicamente esta línea que viene para acá. Y voy a quitar todos mis indicadores porque yo creo que eso es lo que debemos enfocarnos. Esta línea meme que va de acá para acá, la diagonal que están viendo subir, pero esta es la que lleva desde no sé cuánto tiempo, literalmente años. Esta es la línea que no quieres perder. Si la pierdes, muy probablemente vayas a ver muchísimo más para abajo. Primer objetivo son los 2,361 tranquilo y de acuerdo también al HPDR, la parte baja del canal del 50%, del 38% está en 2,100 más o menos por acá. Y es lo que no quieres ver. Si Ethereum definitivamente se da la vuelta, no logra superar los 2,720 y de ahí los 2,765 y simplemente empieza a buscar y a barrer estos mínimos, sobre todo los 2,427 y de ahí los 2,361, esto está cocinado. Eres alcista, tienes que esperarte a tener una confirmación de algo, tío. O sea, no estás ni por encima del 9, no estás por encima de absolutamente nada. Y más en la diaria cuando nos acercamos, pueden ver cómo estamos literalmente peleándonos y siendo rechazados por todos los promedios que están bonchados por acá. Pero algo que vale la pena decir es, una vez que llegues y venzas el promedio de la 100 que está en los 2,665 y que Ethereum empiece a tomar y tener cierres acá encima de este nivel, vamos a empezar a voltearnos a decir, ok, Ethereum, estás chido, vamos a darle para adelante. Pero por ahora Ethereum no tiene ni para long ni para short, literalmente, y es eso, esta vela te lo está diciendo todo. No quiere jugar por este momento, así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, eso es Ethereum. Vale, 4 horas, 20 minutos, muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos. Ya saben que estamos en el leadtradingacademy.us para todos ustedes. Tenemos 3 en vivos a la semana que los compartimos públicamente con ustedes. Y el lunes vamos a anunciar cuándo va a ser el día que vamos a hacer la clase de cada 2 semanas para solamente nuestros miembros. Para cualquier pregunta que tengan, cualquier duda, lo que sea, lo vamos a resolver en vivo con ustedes. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Muchísimas gracias por su apoyo. Pórtense bien, disfruten el fin de semana y hay carrera Fórmula 1 en Brasil. Atención que se viene la carrera sprint o la clasificación sprint. Clasificación sprint, carrera sprint. No, tiene que clasificar primero. Ok, gracias. Les mando un abrazo. Se me va el avión, estoy viejo. ¿Qué quiero?